Hey, morning inoculating. So, oh my god, excuse me. So, we're not gonna play like 8 hours of Warhammer. Just gonna play 1 hour of Warhammer and then get to work. Last night was a little bit too crazy. But I had to get the MTX. The MTX was worth it. It's not worth playing a game if you look dumb while playing it. Wait, select a mission? I thought I was doing.
Good. Very good.
I thought,
Well, these connections is worthy of high praise.
let's leave squad. I don't know what's going on. I've had better luck just by selecting one of these actually. Maybe like number 2. Done number 1 a lot. Yeah, there we go. Quick match seems to be a little bit buggy. You're watching Factorio, but for music. It was good until the guy added drums. Maybe I should give Factorio another try. I played it and then I was like, man, this is exactly like work. This is like blueprints in Unreal Engine. Why am I playing Factorio when I could be building a game instead of a fictional factory in someone else's game? Whoa. Go in.
I would leave it to a lingering death under there were it not still directing the swarm.
How do I play this game again?
I spy an alien interloper.
Oh, what am I using? What the hell? How am I using this weapon?
5 tyrants are best dealt with straight away.
So using
Its
the
connection
lance.
to the local swarm will
Hopefully
be
there's a-
severed, and the Tyranids will scatter.
Hopefully there's a fuck.
Zoanthrope will not be troubling us any further.
I mean to say, hopefully there's a freaking weapons depot. Got loaded in with the wrong gear.
Inserting fresh magazine. My war gear is satisfied. Come on,
What's that?
target is alive. It's retreating. Pursue and eliminate. We will not have a better opportunity to finish it off.
synaptic servant slaughtered.
Pay no heed to its lurking shadow. We are the hunters here.
Guess its rifle isn't that bad. That's gonna be worse.
Follow me through.
There's a meme on Reddit. No, that's like the holy symbol. It's always the same 3 keys.
Delassa, you cut out.
Emperor speaks to us through many
What's the
ways.
signal? Is that thing leading us into the dead zone?
Our duty remains unchanged. Forward.
Oh fuck. It's not. Any ammo?
Rearming.
No ammo. Armor boosts.
Precisely what we needed.
The Shinos leader bescales the building.
Take to the roof.
I knew there's someone over there. I knew it.
You should lend me that jump pack sometime. I would never want for a good vantage again.
There is no better line of fire than a barrel rammed down the enemy's throat.
Ah, here we go.
I hope you
last
are
now.
cleaning it often.
Bolts? Wait, what the hell? Okay, well, whatever. I guess I need to change my loadout.
Munitions here.
Unless I can, like, change it here.
Our destiny lies on
No, wait, what? Okay, whatever, let's just go. I need to change the weapon
Objective on the other side.
in the armory, not in loadouts.
Reloading.
Hard to get headshots on this thing.
Readying next volley. Frag grenade deployed.
Creature is undergoing some kind of transformation.
my skin.
Green shield drone.
Reloading. Inserting fresh magazine.
Is there ammo for this run? There is, okay. Ammo boost, dude. Fuck.
Take all you can carry. Shock grenade deployed.
switch back to the last Fusil. Are there higher difficulties with this? I feel like it might be on like the lowest difficulty right now for multiplayer. Maybe just like normal difficulty. I don't think I've gone down once in multiplayer again, have I? Swap this out for that instead. There we go. It should be Laz 2 should be Stalker Bolt and then 3 I guess I don't know, Laz again. Do all that later. What? Oh. I should probably start getting upgrades. Wow. You're reviving a squad member. Camo Cloak hides you and the squad member for 5 seconds without spending charge. Cooldown is 30 seconds. That's really damn good. We'll go get Guardian Protocol, and then also high capacity. Oh, maybe I should have bought this instead. One of these. Gonna stream stuff. Combat knife. Wait, what is this? Data slate repository. Whoa, what is all this? Oh, data slates. Skyfire. There's two that I haven't found yet. Okay. What armoring data? Armoring data is something you should do. How do I get rid of these pings? Do I have to buy this? Might as well. What else? Edit armor. Oh, there's something new here. Oh, there's a helmet that I don't want to use. Okay. I wish there's some like nicer looking helmets. Like all of these I don't want to use. These, like half of the options are, more than half are bad for me. Maybe like I can get like a new lieutenant. Where is it? Ultramarines. So this is pretty nice. The skull. Yeah, I guess we'll aim for this next. What do we need to get? Emblem. Praetors of Orpheus. Okay. Whoa, what the fuck? Nice spine, spawn. Spawn, what?
They shall not see.
What the heck?
Clear. Sweep the suburbs.
The shotgun now. There's an armor crate here, so I don't give a shit about armor ammo efficiency.
These machines great
Well, I have 16 shots, that's pretty good. It used to be 12.
Precisely what we needed. The Imperium shall prevail over the ruinous powers.
What the heck? Oh. It's shooting me.
brother passes on into legend.
Rearming. View your paths, brothers.
Did the other guy just straight up die? Where is he? What the heck? What? How did he just die?
I felt a chill up my spine.
Okay.
There are more than heretics here.
The arch enemy
I
awaits.
didn't even see him down on the ground. He just like got one shot. Maybe he was mortally wounded.
Munitions here.
Obviously, that thing dies first.
This can only
It reminds me of Destiny 2. Yeah,
Demon
fitness.
thing is tethered to more altar.
Wow, that guy can block a last Fusel. How about grenade? There you go.
What's the demon sorcery?
Degenerate bastard for the sake.
Get down.
Demon host engaging. Altar is rubble.
Get ready. It's an arcane assault.
Brace for demonic bombardment. Last tactical ready. Altar destroyed.
How is this fucker still alive? Oh my god. Can I hit that guy?
What's the demon sorcery?
Demon is taking a shot at us.
Get down.
Returning fire.
Where?
Reality facial vacuum tactics if the demon combatant back to its plane of origin.
We're going through these really fast compared to yesterday. Yesterday felt like I was like doing one mission every 30 minutes. Now it's like 1 minute, one mission every 15. Or so, give or take, including the loading screens, which take like 5 minutes to get through. level 10, I'll go level up my tactical. I still need to choose a third class, just in case tactical and sniper are both taken. I need a third one to rely on. Host migration. Time for some host migration. The nice thing about Warframe is that the loading screens are not nearly this long. We just did 3, right? Let's go do number 4. Can't wait for widescreen and more levels. That'd be nice. I think they're gonna add both. Siege of the World.
A traitor lurks in my sights. Inserting fresh magazine.
Where are my teammates? Oh, someone's like way ahead. Okay. No, it's not. Ammo in here. Ammo. Oh wait, there's a fucking bird. I gotta be careful about this. Get roasted here. Looks like I got lucky. Maybe the bird isn't here yet.
Let us get on with the mission.
There's really no bird. Yeah, let's head back here for a sec. Hop in this. We got this fucker.
Do I resemble a foe? No. Munitions here. Picking up equipment. Changing magazine. Brace for fail.
Where the oh shit, okay.
Put anything between yourselves and the Helldrake's attack. Emilio line cloak ready.
looks like we're rushing. He wants to get his coins. Let's go get the coins.
It seeks to
Oh
devastate
shit!
the
That's
area.
fire! 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 What?
Scorned me with that one.
Oh no! That's what happens when you rush ahead. Phoenix die. Who would have known? That's
Eyes on the
crazy.
attack, brothers. Warp flame incoming.
Got lucky. Oh my god! Seriously. Okay. Is that loot? No, it's not.
Rearming. Precisely what we needed.
The Thousand Suns place their accursed beacon in the defeat.
Charged.
This sanctum is profaned by dark energies. Please perform cleansing rites.
Provide insight.
Saint
always
Lankai's
the same
chosen
one.
relics radiate a pristine aura.
The pane of glass is aglow with a sigil.
Praise be to the Omnissiah. Interact with corresponding sigil to perform cleanse.
Oh, it's this mission. I'm not a big fan of this mission. Oh, is this number 4? This might be number 4. I don't like the puzzle one. Like,
The barrier is broken.
not a lot of long range. I guess it's
Successful.
fine.
Your deeds
got
will
it.
be immortalized in the archives.
Understood. Brothers, it is time to slay a Helldrake. That Helldrake's skin is as durable as Wraithbone. But with Saint Lankai's grace, we will flay its cursed heart.
Do as the machine
Layer
spirit
by
instructed.
layer.
That Helldrake is tougher than adamantine.
You know,
This is a fine
I only have
day
14
indeed.
shots. I thought I had
Lead
16.
the Helldrake.
What's up with that?
Crush the
Incoming Helldrake attack.
Okay, we have Cup, Eye,
Saint Lankai's relics were known
And
to stave
here.
off warp energy.
That worked, I think.
The altars appear to be
Do as the machine spirit instructed. Engage the foul shrine.
Oh, is Gear back there?
Balefire assault.
Fuck.
symbols, brothers.
Focus now, brothers, and prepare to strike. The Helldrake is once again impervious.
Readying next volley. Hold fast!
Okay, we have Cup, Eye, and something else. Cup, Eye, and Hammer.
Do as the machine spirit instructed.
That was it,
Engage
brothers.
the foul shrine. Match made to the Helldrake's chagrin.
Get some more ammo.
That altar must be cast down.
Whoa, what am I doing? Cup,
Invoke the
heal,
arsenal of Saint
shield.
Lankai.
It seeks to cleave us!
Oh shit.
To put faith in man.
From this fell Helldrake all the quicker with the Saint's guidance.
Now we must survive until the relics activate.
Saint Lankai directed us to the profane shrine until the relic's
Shields.
power weakens its eye.
Cup.
That worked.
Focus on the beast!
We did it. The loading screens are kind of brutal. Not gonna lie. They're a bit long. Maybe the mission difficulty isn't high enough. How do I change the mission difficulty? Is that like in the settings? Difficulty, veteran. Available only for the squad leader in campaign mode. Oh, it's only campaign mode. Is there anything else here? Oh, I've been using minimal threat. Let's go do average. Yeah, no wonder it's been ridiculously easy. Yeah, let's go do average. Okay. I'm like, how do I change the difficulty? Substantial and ruthless. Let's go do a full lap around with average. Although I only have time for like maybe one or two more missions. Oh, I actually like level up my other characters as well. If someone chooses sniper, I'm kind of shit out of luck.
I have eyes on the guard camp. No sentries posted.
Oh, fuck. Where the heck is everyone? Oh, they're way ahead of me. Okay, that makes sense.
Camilio line engaged. Objective on the other side.
They really just run past everything. Oh, I thought there was more room over there. Guess not.
Captain, I hear no signs of battle. No life signs detected. Talassa, you need to acquire the Astra Militaro demolition
no,
codes
JP.
required to deploy an armed their ordnance. Source one from any soldier you see, alive or
Random.
otherwise.
This is called random difficulty, where your teammates are not really teammates; they're actually like enemies. I have to go get him. That's the primary objective.
Active camouflage charge.
Move out of the way! Out of the way! Out of
I
the
am
way!
not target practice. Brothers record no deaths.
Oh look! Ah, it's
Diligence,
gonna
brothers.
kill them.
We will find those codes.
Oh look, he's down. That's what happens when you abandon. Four shots left.
One of the soldiers around here probably has the codes.
Oh, I forgot I have that perk. Cool. Yeah, now I have 16 shots. What's up with that? Before, I would grab an ammo crate and they just load up to 14.
Sweep complete, but nothing here.
Enemy wave, image. Wait, where's the objective marker? Search troopers' bodies for the demolition. Okay, well, let's go this way then.
Camelio line cloak ready.
Ah, there we go.
Brothers, I hope you're having better luck.
Let's see what's gonna do over here. Armor booster, maybe? Medical stim.
I have the codes, brothers.
Captain, codes retrieved.
Proceed to the Prometheum refinery and complete the demolition preparations.
Take a look over here and see if there's anything down. Oh, that's where we started, right? No, this is different. Right? I feel like this is where we started. What the heck? Going in a loop now.
Replenishing vitality.
To me, brothers.
Our orders are clear. Advance.
Oh, I think the blue guy left.
Your target acquisition
That's why his
hit
name's
ratio
Heavy
is
now.
surprisingly high, Straven. Considering it looks like you fired one to
Ah,
the horde.
fucking blockers.
I see. No response to my subtle jet.
I appreciate the way you curate your targets.
This is where we sow the enemy's defeat, brothers.
Reloading.
Let's see what's up here. Could be some loot. Data shards. Data shards is from a different game.
Fresh munitions.
I forget what though. What game is data shards from? Oh, there's something next to me.
Do I resemble a foe? No! Zotro, coordinate fire!
Swapping magazine.
All fury and thunder, no tactics.
Fuck.
Frag grenade
deployed. Smoking out Tyranids have no vibrant tactics. Changing magazine.
Your aim tries my patience, brother.
Pretty sure that's everything right here. Keep going. Loot. Box of loot.
Injecting stim.
Precisely what we needed.
Swapping magazine.
Looks like we got another player.
Stealth ready.
Talassa, the Cadians are running out of time. How close are you to the Prometheum facility?
Arriving at the objective now.
You are making good time. We are going to need it.
Auspex deep scan ready. Resupply. No telling what's thrust. Magazine in.
Furnace pattern melter charge. Impressive.
Use the codes to prime the bomb and finish its deployment into the crude Prometheum well. Cautiously. If you know what is good for you.
Alien bioform eliminated. Changing magazine.
Yeah, like what the heck? I have 14 again.
Deployment
I have to
of
like
the gun.
grab it both?
Rates of activation have been observed.
I have to grab the box 2 times now.
Machine God's name. Crane sequencing initialized. Delivering payload. X-axis aligned.
Hurry it up, machine!
Unsanctioned mechanical adjustments in elements in Generator 1. Followed only in the divine protocols.
Xenos abomination. Throwing shock grenade. Picking up equipment. Watch out for Ravener tunnels. Our adversaries are keen to lose it.
Wow, what the fuck?
Current generator still under attack.
I'll have him go after someone else for a sec. Hopefully that's long enough for him to get off my ass. There he is. Nice hitting me. Ah, fucker. Man.
Nowhere left to dig.
Push them back before they wreck the generator!
Oh shit. Defend generator. 14%.
Inserting fresh magazine.
Oh my god, that was close.
Auspex ready to scan.
Y-axis aligned. Margin of error 0.0 nanometers. Blessed be the Omnissiah's divine precision.
brothers. We are almost there.
Demolition deployed the sequence there was smoke under the Omnissiah's watchful oculus.
Camouflage charged.
Nothing. It is done. Now let us watch the Xenos burn. There is an observation
Okay,
platform
this is a lot better.
overlooking the
Before it's
cryptonium
way too
fields.
easy.
It will make a good vantage for your ambush.
Way too easy. Is the red dot more mortally wounded?
Administering stims. We cannot backtrack.
JP might be mortally wounded. That's what it means.
Synaptic servant slaughtered.
Check your aim.
Anything back there? We're good.
Changing magazine.
We have arrived at Nozick's facility. Run distraction efforts as long as you can.
If there is one thing I know, Lieutenant, it is how to pin down an enemy.
I will hold you to that.
Are we sure this place will hold together once that bomb goes?
There will be more burn than bombs.
Getting broiled is not an improvement.
Shit. Fucking rails in the way.
There is a living sniffing around us.
Nice.
Could prove useful.
Wonder how many I could down before they got me.
Armory data. Oh wait, I already grabbed that, I guess. Did I? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Either that or I'm not eligible.
All specs
I
prime.
have it or I'm not eligible.
Rearming. Objective on the other side.
Main swarm sighted. We await your signal, Captain. Dig in. We need that bomb triggered for optimal yield. Orbital scan estimates the bulk of the swarm will not be in position for a while yet. Keep your heads and get it done.
They come. I wondered how I might pass the time. They are scaling the walls. We're in the thick of it now.
The bulk of the swarm is continuing along the predicted path. Continue holding.
Helioline cloak activated. Readying next body. Inserting fresh magazine. Chameleoline cloak ready. Their numbers are no match for our trade.
Halfway there, brothers. Keep it up.
Ah, fuck, there's so much shit shooting. So many different angles of sniping.
They are over the top. Incoming.
The swarm has almost fully committed. Be ready for my mark.
I am a phantom of death. Tyranids have no
Oh my
right
god,
to
seriously.
attack.
I think for the most I've been stabbed by these little fuckers. In one mission. It's like back-to-back grapple. It's because I'm too busy looking at something else. I should have the perk to
I have you,
rogue ball.
back on your
There we
feet,
go.
brother. Stealth ready. Chameleoline engaged. enjoy watching these Tyranids ride in the flames.
Tyranid biosigns down 90% and falling. Swarm annihilation confirmed. Excellent work. Move to extract. Thunderhawk arriving at evac point. Ramp down and ready.
I've not
Yeah,
died
just grab the
while
box. I
on
only have
track.
14 shots. If you die after dropping Sandra 1.0. Well, I didn't die.
Extraction.
So too bad. Alright, well that's the last mission. I gotta switch over to sculpting, get some work done. Take a short break here, get back. Okay, I'm back, but I'm gonna go check the armory first. Like, obviously, I did a bunch of missions, so I gotta go check the armory. And then I'm gonna go make some coffee, and then I'll be back. But right now, I'm still AFK, even though I'm not. I should just run there. It's not even that far. Why did they add fast travel to this place anyway? Just. You got anything new? Got some new pauldrons. Ooh, shiny. It doesn't have like the little. How different is it? It's kind of hard to see because there's my war gear is like covering it up. What does the new shoulder look like? Oh, it's less damaged and there's like studs. Nah, I want the little tassel. That's nicer looking. How about the other pauldron? Oh, we got like some trim now, finally. There we go. Some trim. Now I'm starting to look like a space marine. Spend time. Ooh, look at that. Oh, wow. That looks really good. We're gonna go with that. Ooh, more tassels. Sick. We're eating good. We got all the upgrades now. Any greaves? Okay. Heraldry. I got some money now I can spend on heraldry. Let's see. So these are like pre-made skins, huh? Okay. I need to be able to customize my cloak. That needs to be a thing. How else can I make this look cooler? I don't know, man. I might have to like start buying upgrades for other characters. You know what I should do, actually? Instead of the last fusile, I should really be leveling up the Stalker bolt rifle. Just because the tactical also uses Stalker bolt rifle. What else? Melee, I'm not a huge fan of melee. Instigator builds carbine. Remember, so this is a... It's called... It's that one weapon archetype from Destiny 2. That was called. Vanguard or Heavy? Yeah, I'm just not a huge fan of like the big weapons. Although, man, Heavy looks really cool. Let's see, like, what is their endgame look? Okay, it's basically roughly all the same. Ooh, that one has like brighter glowy eyes. That's pretty cool. Get some green eyes here. Heavy could be really cool. Heavies do look pretty amazing with all the... They're probably one of the cooler looking classes. Get them all upgraded. Ooh, Mark X Gravis. Okay, maybe we'll do heavy. So we have go with like wait, heavy. What else? They use plasma pistol. Oh, I can choose standard bolt pistol as well. Okay. So that means the bolt pistol is the common trait between all three of the classes I'm choosing. Because I can't change this to, you know, assault. Standard issue, heavy bolt pistol. I guess everyone gets to use the bolt pistol then. Yeah. Except for Bulwark and Heavy. They can use the plasma pistol. I mean, Bulwark and Heavy, they look really cool too. Plasma, if we do plasma and double plasma, and then sniper, can't use plasma. I don't know if I want to play Bulwark though. The shield, which is pretty cool. What does their armor look like? Like in the end? Oh yeah, they look like freaking badass. Why do I feel like Bulwark is the noob trap though? I feel like Bulwark is the noob trap. Perk tree. Huh. Iron Halo. Okay, tactical sniper. Third class. What is Vanguard look like? Oh, I can just check up here, huh? It's like Vanguard in-game armor. They look alright. Not as cool as Heavy just looks really damn cool. I might just have to go with Heavy. Heavy tactical sniper. Oh, these guys get wings. Oh, this is the jetpack class, isn't it? Yeah, okay. What level? Okay, my sniper is already level 10. I should stop playing my sniper then. I need to stop playing my sniper and then play a different class after level 10. Maybe I should be bulwark, sniper, and heavy. Just so you don't have like move my mouse all the way over there. And that way I can use like 2 plasma pistols. Plasma is actually pretty good. They have like a small AoE that deals with hordes really well. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go do bulwark, sniper, and heavy. Even though I see a lot of bulwarks. People love playing bulwark for some reason. How do I get this? Achieve victory in 31 missions. Oh, so I can't buy it. I just have to play. Okay, well, we'll customize this armor. Wait. Can I even customize? Alright, we'll do colors then. Whoa, that could be really cool. White scar. What does my lineup look like? So... Should be gold. I want all of my Marines to be matching. 1v1 me in Elden Ring. I don't have it installed. Also, the connection's gonna suck. We'll just add everything here to the rules. Okay, shield. Can't really, not much to customize right now. Wait, the heck? There's no pattern, but if I turn it to black, it's like a skull on the shield. Interesting. White grave. We'll just like copy my sniper so they look like they're part of the same squad, I guess. Wait, this pauldron is supposed to be black. Oh, that's the head. This one's supposed to be red, the other one's supposed to be black. Okay, that looks good. Good enough. Okay, it's already set up correctly. The backpack also white? Check. No, it's black, okay. I played with a friend using Seamless Co-op. Connection was actually good. Yeah, I bet. I did play a little bit of Seamless Co-op. It's definitely a lot better than without it. Wait, what? Why is there 2 standard issue sets? Oh. You know what? I should color these a little bit differently. So heavy is going to be like all black, I guess. It just looks better. I don't know. I don't have a lot of customization choices for these guys anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much. Okay, maybe I should make them match. Yeah, might as well. How do I get that oil color again? Oh well. feel like the customization is a bit buggy. Need better emblems. Wait, what? Oh, that's the... Okay, never mind. Never mind. Should be white, and then this one down here should be red. Oh wait, not this one. This one should be nothing. This one should be red. It's important. This is really important, okay? You guys don't realize how important this is to playing Space Marine. But it is. Oh shoot, I have the wrong color coordination here. Yeah, okay, this one has to be... I gotta edit the stars, the emblems. The white hair looks pretty good, actually. Oh. Yeah, maybe I should change it to white instead. It's white on both shoulders. Because that looks good right there. Also, like, how come I can have, like, the... How come it's that emblem? Like, I haven't unlocked that emblem. Like, it's locked still. Veteran icon, but I can I have it on for some reason. What is that all about? Can I change the emblem on my shield? I don't know. Can't change it. You know what I should get? I should go and get like the... Oh wait, what? Black Templars has... What the heck? Yeah, I was like wondering, how come the Black Templars had like a stripe down it? That should only be like the lieutenant, right? Can I get this? wonder how much we could buy all of this. Probably 30, 40, so 70. And then maybe like 90 or something, so I probably just don't have enough to buy it. Like, this would be good for my other characters. Oh, can I not change the perks? Uh-oh. Oh, reset all perks. Oh no. Oh, I have mastery. Okay, it refunded me the mastery point. I was like, oh my god. Yeah, let's go do that. Retaliation. More damage. Okay, so they'll all just use the bolt pistol, I guess. It's my most upgraded weapon. The sidearm. Master, do I have to get both of these? No, right? Need to unlock its weapon tier. Ooh. Higher firepower, more magazine capacity. Higher firepower is really tempting. Okay, I really ought to get some work done. I'm just playing around in the... I'm just playing Barbie with Warhammer now. I'm gonna go make some coffee. Be right back.
Wear the mantle of hero. Inspire where you can. But remember always that we are the angels of death, not of mercy or salvation. What does it mean to be a Space Marine, a member of the Adeptus Astartes? To exist as such an individual is to number yourself among the most elite warriors humanity can bring to bear in the dark era of the 41st millennium, where human existence stands, as it has for thousands of years, on the precipice of total annihilation from both invasive, innumerable enemies and the corrupting forces that emerge from within human civilization itself. The Imperium of Mankind is the galactic-spanning civilization of humanity in M41. With such a vast empire, mankind can bring considerable forces to bear in the defense of its imposing territory. The bulk of this forms the hundreds of billions of regular humans who join the renowned military force known as the Imperial Guard, the Astra Militarum. There are other factions as well, the zealous members of the Adepta Sororitas, for example, smaller in number but carrying with them the ever-burning wrath of the Emperor of Man. There are also those known as the Mechanicus, the tech priests of Mars, who can deploy their own armies alongside the immense ancient war machines known as Titans. The Imperium itself contains many more specific forces and sub-factions that it can bring to the battlefields of the distant future, but none can even begin to approach the legendary reputation of those warriors known as the Astartes. They were created in the earliest days of the emergent Imperium as the Emperor of Mankind unified the tattered remnants of what had once been humanity during its zenith period of the Golden Age, known in the contemporary era as the Dark Age of Technology. By the time the Emperor was a known figure, those days of glorious unity had disintegrated into a total collapse of human civilization. This was brought about largely due to galactic war and subsequent isolation. The Emperor of Mankind emerged in this time to reunite and lead humanity as the most powerful being ever to call themselves human. A figure of godlike ability, able to draw strength and power from the warp, also known as the Immaterium. This is a parallel realm to our material reality, and whilst the Emperor does draw power from the warp, his interaction with it is on an entirely different scale than that of the ordinary psychic users. For he harnesses the warp's energy with a level of mastery which borders on the divine, and without any risk of corruption. This power imbues him with a psychic strength of near unseen capability. His exact origins, life journey and overall intentions, though, remain something of endless speculation, and remain shrouded in the mists of time. This is something that I have speculated and discussed upon greatly in other videos, but most see him as a benevolent figure who saved humanity from complete annihilation, and in the successful wake of the reunification, launched his great crusade to reunite all humanity throughout the galaxy and form the Imperium of Man. The tool he would deploy to enable this grandiose vision? The Space Marines. To be an Astartes, though, is to live a life wholly disconnected from the rest of humanity. For while they may technically still qualify as human, they are in the most significant ways distinctly separated from what we would consider as such. Space Marines undergo a grueling transformation process after selection to become Space Marine aspirants at an early age. Many will not survive the physically extreme overhaul, which will see them transition from base humans to genetically engineered warriors, stronger, faster, the elite of the elite. Their chapters, such as the Ultramarines, Blood Angels, Black Templars and Imperial Fists, only contain 1,000 battle brothers at any given time. When they are called upon to deploy to a conflict zone, it is often in small numbers to bolster or support a far larger existing planetary force, or to supplement a task force within a specific system. Space Marines only appear in large army-scale forces whilst on a crusade, such as the ongoing Indomitus Crusade, launched in the contemporary period of the Imperium. But there are of course always exceptions and times where a critical mass of Space Marines from a single chapter may be deployed. But by and large, smaller deployments are typical for the Astartes, such as we saw with Titus and how he was deployed to Graia during the invasion of the Orcs and the later Chaos incursions. The Astartes numbered but a few, but were still able to turn the tide of that conflict. This is because Space Marines are able to operate in small numbers by their physical adaptations and the supporting hardware available to them. For an Astartes can remain operational for days at a time without requiring any sustenance, they can go without sleep, and maintain a level of undiminished focus whilst operational. So advanced and significant are the changes in the physiology of an Astartes, they can even operate underwater or in the vacuum of space for short periods of time. Their body can rapidly heal small wounds, seal more significant injuries, seeing them able to fight on even should they suffer traumatic physical damage that would be terminal in ordinary humans. But all of their physical augmentations are supported by some of the heaviest personal armour available to humans within the Imperium. Power armour consists of ceramite plating locked onto the frame of an Astartes to form a fully enclosed suit. This is then articulated with dense fibre bundles and servos that not only enable the wearer to move, but significantly increase their strength. And while non-Astartes such as Sororitas or Inquisitors may be seen to wear variations of power armour, but these are specially scaled and adapted to enable those users to move with a level of dexterity, because power armour is very large and very bulky. Astartes, though, are gifted with an augmentation that only they are capable of enduring, known as the Black Carapace. This sits below their skin and is a critical augmentation to enable them to interface with power armor in the neural nodes that are studded throughout their body. In the development of the Space Marines, this Black Carapace is known to have been one of the most difficult augmentations to develop and implement, and was in fact nearly written off. Eventually, though, it was successful and enabled the Space Marines to move and fight in their power armor as if they were not wearing it at all. And this is one of the major differences which separates Space Marines and unaugmented humans, for which trying to wear this kind of power armor and move with any reasonable dexterity would be all but impossible. And while all of these adaptations are undoubtedly impressive and enable each Astartes to be effectively a walking tank, able to utilize a vast arsenal of weapons and tools to reach their maximum potential at all times, there is a significant price to pay. For while they may live lives far beyond the span of an ordinary human and remain untouched by all but the very worst plagues and diseases, to deploy with a strength of force and focus and wield the tactics to devastate and overwhelm the very worst enemies of mankind, bolstered by the machines of war to ensure that few if any could stand against them, the cost for all of this remains their humanity. Space Marines undoubtedly consider themselves part of human civilization. Many are known for their great ability to philosophize, craft masterworks of art, or spend centuries perfecting their martial skills. Yet, it remains impossible to ignore the fact that they are gigantic superhuman warriors who spend minimal time in any activity that one would consider part of humanity. Given that Astartes spend their days battling among the worst theatres of war imaginable, the most visible role they take on, which brings them into contact with ordinary humans, is in the role of custodians or overseers of their territory and planets. For example, within the realm of Ultramar, home to the Ultramarines chapter, the vast territory here is divided into 5 sectors, each overseen by a ruling Astartes tetrarch. These overseers generally help guide and marshal the human governors and various administrative bodies who maintain a cohesive and stable authority. They may also appear on scouting missions or in an advisory capacity to ongoing campaigns, but this is largely the limit of their involvement with most mortal humans' day-to-day activities. Because while they may be seen as the saviours of humanity, the angels of death, the ultimate defenders who know no fear, and remain the Emperor's bulwark against the terror, Space Marines are truly monstrous. This is the exploration of character we see it in figures like Demetrian Titus, because to know and understand how a Space Marine operates, to live your life with only one certainty, that you will die in service to the Emperor of mankind, underscores the fact that for Astartes, their existence is for one purpose and one purpose only: war. I will just note that from this point on, there are no major spoilers for the game of Space Marine 2 itself, but I obviously will be discussing in detail existing lore around Titus. This includes some of the small observations from previews and speculative discussion adjacent to the character of Titus. All this includes some known aspects and entities of the Space Marine 2 game that have been revealed to us officially so far. So for any and all who wish to go into the game clean, this is your full warning. For those who want a more solid underpinning of Titus, we continue on. While many Space Marines will see their service recorded from inception to their inevitable demise, others lead more fragmented, twisting personal histories that sometimes will even see them set apart from their brothers within the chapter. Very often, this may be due to some event or dishonourable conduct that may or may not have been within their own control. Nonetheless, the responsibility always lands with the individual Marine, and almost face the weight that comes with being an Astartes of the Emperor's Imperium. A Space Marine who is found to have slipped or otherwise lacking within any key aspect of their duty may be temporarily sent to atone for their shortcomings, and this could mean assignment to a troubled backwater world, administrative duty, overcoming a personal flaw through the completion of a challenging mission or historically chapter appropriate quest, or some other miscellaneous area of service. In the most severe scenarios where one's faith or loyalty are questioned, they may even face interrogation by chaplains or even the Inquisition. There would exist no standardized period for this to take place over either, and it could mean months, years, even centuries of isolation, with the testing of an individual's character and spirit by the most extreme means. This was the reality that Demetrian Titus would face in the aftermath of the events upon Graia. This would mark a dark chapter in his own personal history that even now remains largely shrouded in secrecy. Titus was born upon the agri-world of Tarantus, which sits within the realm known as Ultramar. This region of the galaxy has been defended and governed by the Ultramarines since before the Heresy. Tarantus is part of a tri-system group known as the Three Planets, along with Quintan and Massili. The system and Tarantus have not existed though in calm isolation, having seen invasions by both Orc and Demons of the Warp, but given their status as part of Ultramar, both were purged and retained as key worlds within the domain of the Ultramarines. The planet itself is characterized by an arid environment, its inhabitants deploying extensive water traps to extract moisture from the dry landscape. Within its vast domed cities that are designed to maintain a more productive environment, they enable the populace to produce large quantities of food which are then shipped off-world and support other planets and systems within Ultramar. Titus was an only child from a modest family, but selected as a prospective candidate for the Astartes by selectors of the Ultramarines, a great honour in and of itself. Space Marine chapters may choose candidates for potential conversion from all manner of worlds and personal backgrounds, some even from lives as criminals before entering the trials to become an Astartes. There is almost no restriction on where a chapter may draw its candidates from, and each chapter will be looking for specific criteria to meet their needs. After his successful induction and conversion to becoming an Astartes, Titus proved to be a formidable member of the Ultramarines, and within a mere 50 years had already risen through the ranks to become a decorated member of the renowned Second Company. Unfortunately, when the legendary battle for Macragge took place, which saw the Xenos known as the Tyranids bring the Ultramarines' homeworld to its knees, Titus was serving far from Macragge, and as the conflict raged, astropathic distress signals had been sent, but few were able to breach the smothering psychic wall produced by the Tyranids known as the Shadow in the Warp. A few, however, managed to reach out into the galaxy, and many deployed companies and strike teams of the Ultramarines raced to return and aid in the defense of their Primarch's world and Ultramar itself. Titus and the Second Company would arrive too late to directly defend against the invasion, but their numbers were critical in scouring all remaining Xenos from the surface of Macragge and the other worlds that were already being assaulted by splinters of the nightmare creatures from Hive Fleet Behemoth. In the aftermath of this infamous battle, the Ultramarines' veteran First Company had been all but annihilated, and the chapter itself had to be substantially rebuilt. The then Second Company Captain Severus was promoted to the First Company, which then saw Lucian Trajan as the new Second Company Captain. His command squad sergeant was none other than Demetrian Titus himself. It would be in this period that Titus would learn how to most effectively deal with the Tyranid menace, as he and the Second Company were deployed in numerous operations to remove the remaining splinters of that Xenos from across the many worlds of Ultramar. And what Titus learned from these deployments was the critical need to assess an enemy first-hand. And while some commanders may be content to sit aboard the bridge of a ship and assess incoming data to formulate a strategy, Titus found that personal experience and on-the-ground engagement was considerably more effective in creating a successful strategy. Captain Trajan and Titus would stand together against the enemies of humanity for nearly a century, until fate would determine a new path for Titus. The Xenos known to humanity as the Eldari or Eldar invaded an Imperial world, Beta Arcturus. And as is often the case for a Xenos known to have inhabited the galaxy millions of years before humanity emerged, this planet was once considered part of their own empire. But unlike so many of the horrors that face the Imperium, the Eldar are sometimes more civilized by degrees, and so the humans were given an ultimatum: evacuate immediately within 9 hours, or face their war host. Over a week later, as the Ultramarines' Second Company led by Trajan arrived, they found a world ablaze. The Eldar of Craftworld Bieltan had laid waste to the Imperial cities, and the Astartes set about redressing the balance immediately. Drop pods and Thunderhawks rained down upon the world, and soon after, Trajan was already facing the Eldar commander, their Autarch, in single combat. He would slay the Xenos leader, with Titus leading the command squad, carving a path through their aspect warriors who had formed a bodyguard contingent. Yet the Eldari had, in the chaos of battle, captured one of the Astartes, a battle brother of Titus, Leandros. Trajan led a squad to recover him, but as is typical of the Eldari, it was a ploy to lure the Astartes into an ambush, something that any Space Marine would entirely expect. But the numbers not committed to the battlefield surrounded Trajan and in short order cut him down. Titus and the Strike Force would recover Trajan's body and purge the remaining Xenos from the world, but the cost of victory had been considerably higher than any would have expected. Chapter Master Calgar would in the aftermath assign the regrettably vacant position of Company Captain to Titus. By the time Orcs began to invade the Forge world of Graia, Titus had already been captain of the Second Company for a decade and led an exemplary record against all enemies of the Imperium. Yet within Titus there existed a personal trait that would lead him down a path few could have expected for one with such a service history, for Titus had always been one to lead a little too strongly. He did not show restraint where others may have, and more importantly, did not always demonstrate enough self-reflection. For even among the Astartes, they are more than capable of displaying all too human flaws, as was evidenced throughout the heresy. But this is the entire purpose of the Codex Astartes, to provide structure, answers, and a set of principles to generally abide by. Upon Graia, Titus came into contact with a power source that demonstrated he held an unusual resistance to warp power. This immediately raised suspicions among his battle brothers, including Leandros. Yet rather than heed their concerns, Titus believed only he was capable of completing the task at hand. This would lead to his eventual detention and interrogation by the Inquisition. Yet his discipline as an Ultramarine would in the long term prove to be his salvation. For Titus had willingly surrendered himself to Inquisitor Thrax on Graia without resistance or excessive protestation. Despite the outraged calls from his companions, Titus recognized the Inquisitor's authority over all Imperial subjects, and despite being adamant that he was no heretic and had not strayed from the teachings of his chapter, Primarch and Emperor, to have turned against an Inquisitor would have been an effective death sentence and admission of guilt in the eyes of those who suspected him of even unwitting warp corruption, and ultimately, yes, heresy. Titus would now be forced to endure the ultimate dishonor and humiliation, but fate had determined his path. In the fullness of time, his experiences would forever alter his view of Inquisitors, and understandably so, but any freedom to exercise those views would not present itself for a considerable amount of time. This is where Titus disappeared out of sight and record, leaving the second company of the Ultramarines without a commander. This was when Cato Sicarius, the now legendary captain of the second company, would be assigned that position. Titus, though, would spend over a century being assessed and interrogated by the Inquisition, spending large periods of that time in stasis. While the details are omitted, such interrogations are known to be brutal in both physical and psychic punishments upon an individual, to break them down, learn all that an Inquisitor can about whatever threat and, if possible, what knowledge one may have toward the forces that could be manipulating them. For the forces of chaos and the warp work in very strange ways, and it's common for an individual to not even realize that they may have been manipulated by the dark entities of the warp. Those who dwell within darkness do not recognize the timescales of mortals either, and so a plan could be seeded by those of the warp decades, even centuries in advance. These would be aspects of Titus's proximity to the warp powers and chaos beings upon Graia that the Inquisition wished to establish. The detention of Titus came at the protestations of Marneus Calgar, chapter master of the Ultramarines. Titus would not be released, and in fact was never released. He only emerged from the depths of confinement due to the ironic possession of the Inquisitor who had detained him. For during the purging of a corrupted Astartes chapter, Inquisitor Thrax himself was possessed by a demon of the warp. This saw him immediately executed by the Grey Knights, who were conveniently alongside him during that deployment. And this of course left Titus, and many others that had been detained by Thrax, in something of a limbo state. They would not be released until a team of Astartes from the Red Hunters chapter were dispatched to investigate this inquisitorial outpost, to which they soon discovered numerous Space Marines imprisoned within. All were held in stasis, and so were not subject to the passage of time, for this is often the case when dealing with long open periods of interrogation and assessment. The Inquisitor leading the team of Astartes to assess the holdings of Inquisitor Thrax did not call for the immediate destruction of all Astartes held here, which they very well could have done. Instead, they were to be passed on to the Death Watch in the fortress of Watcher Keep for further evaluation. Like so many Astartes before him, Titus now entered a period of effective penance within the Death Watch. The Death Watch are a highly specialized chapter of Space Marines who do not follow the template of most others, yet they're still loyal to the Imperium and the Emperor, for they are seen to be tasked with the most dangerous alien threats to the Imperium, and unlike other chapters, consist of generally veteran warriors from innumerable Space Marine chapters all throughout the Imperium. They are located in these so-called Watch Fortresses, which are spread all across the galaxy, and from here they stand ready to strike against any calls from the Inquisition or to respond to immediate Xenos incursions which might threaten humanity. These warriors are called to serve in the Death Watch in what is known as the Long Vigil. Often this will be for veteran Astartes who have demonstrated considerable skill and acumen in service, and will be inducted for what is officially a limited period of time, after which they may return to their original chapter. In actuality, most will never see their chapter again, Few, if any, though, would decline such an assignment, for to join the Death Watch is considered a great honour and a solemn duty, for they are the elite Xenos hunting wing of the Inquisition's Ordo Xenos, long-serving Marines who have demonstrated outstanding prowess, strategic insight, or have had significant encounters with specific alien species, are often chosen to bolster the effectiveness of Death Watch kill teams. Service in the Death Watch also allows Astartes to share and acquire valuable knowledge and tactics from the brothers of other chapters, fostering inter-chapter cooperation and strengthening the Imperium's overall defense. For those who do return to their chapter, the experience gained during this tenure enhances not only the individual's capabilities but also benefit their chapter upon their return, bringing with them advanced and up-to-date combat techniques as well as strategic intelligence critical for future engagements with said Xenos forces. Yet there is another role that can see one inducted into the Death Watch: the Penitent. This is a Marine serving penance in the Death Watch that could have been demanded by their leadership within the chapter, but it could also be voluntary. For, say, a chapter that fell to chaos, but as was seen in the Heresy itself, not all members of a legion or chapter automatically are corrupted. Some who remain loyal may then choose to serve in the Death Watch in shame if accepted as a form of penance. These Marines are most usually designated as an anonymous Marine known as a Black Shield. They're seen to bear no chapter mark, with their right armor pauldron displaying only featureless black or the silver skull of the Death Watch. This ancient tradition emerged during the Heresy, and it was a means by which a Space Marine from a disgraced legion could continue to serve on, fighting against the traitors. So it is in the contemporary Imperium that an Astartes with heraldry obscured may present himself before a watch commander and petition for admittance to the Death Watch. He may not be questioned nor pressed to divulge anything about his origins, all such information having been ritually obliterated by the removal of his chapter's mark. To exist within the Death Watch as a Black Shield is no easy path, for most will avoid the company of other Astartes, remaining in self-imposed solitary isolation until the time of battle is upon them. It was to this reality that Titus now found himself facing, with little if any hope of being admitted back into the Ultramarines. Titus had been entirely isolated since his detention upon Graia by Inquisitor Thrax, and so as far as he was aware, such a significant period of time had elapsed that he now believed, in the eyes of his brothers, he had been effectively subjected to censure and would never return. Of course, unknown to Titus, the reality was entirely the opposite. Titus would fight on. He would not abandon service to the Imperium and the Emperor, for as the famous Imperial quotation states, only in death does duty end. Of course, on the other hand, it was the Ultramarines Primarch Roboute Guilliman himself who said of that quote, "Only in death does duty end, is no way to live." Unfortunately for Titus, this was the way by which he would live from here on. Yet he held no more of a personal desire to claim glory in the eyes of others than he had during his service in the Ultramarines, and while that may have been true, it did not necessarily mean that he'd always followed the path as laid out within the Codex Astartes. Titus chose a new name for himself while serving in the Death Watch, Nullus, and fully embraced his new identity as an anonymous Black Shield. He served as now merely a tool of the Emperor. He existed devoid of personality and brotherhood that he had known through all his years in the chapter. Now he was devoted fully to destroying the very worst enemies facing humanity until he would meet his eventual inevitable demise. During the Fourth Tyrannic War, which saw the greatly feared Tyranid threat re-emerge in Segmentum Pacificus and would see Hive Fleet Leviathan launch a devastating invasion both here and into the Imperium's most critical Segmentum Solar, the Tyranids were soon observed to be significantly problematic, having adapted their tactics and evolved new bioforms to overwhelm Imperial defences. The conflict saw the involvement of various Space Marine chapters, Astra Militarum regiments and other Imperial forces, and one of the key aspects of this war was the unprecedented level of coordination between Imperial forces, including joint operations and the use of advanced strategies to counter the Tyranid swarm, something which was in small part due to the deployment of teams such as the Death Watch, who had early on been called to engage against this new threat, and after all who had significant experience in fighting these particular Xenos. Something which fast proved entirely necessary, as many among humanity's defenders in the region had no real comprehension of the foe they faced. At this time, most recorded assaults from the Tyranids had originated on the far side of the Imperium's eastern galactic region, and so those here in Pacificus and Solar were entirely inexperienced. While deploying into the Residius system to reinforce Imperial Guard forces, Titus and their Corvus Blackstar was downed by flying Tyranid bioforms. Those who survived found themselves facing the horrifying numbers of aliens upon the surface. Titus would be wounded severely by a Tyranid Carnifex. With most others already dead around him, he prepared for the end. Yet by another twist of fate, he would now find himself reunited with his chapter. The Ultramarines were deployed here as part of a strike force to relieve the Death Watch. Despite the heavy losses and the sheer ferocity of the Tyranids, the Imperium managed to slow the advance of Hive Fleet Leviathan, though the war still remains ongoing and the outcome uncertain. But it was at this time that the Ultramarines had answered the screaming astropathic cries for aid that had been received throughout the galaxy as the Fourth Tyrannic War emerged. The Imperium in this time was already struggling to hold back the tides of darkness. With the emergence of the Cicatrix Maledictum, the Great Rift, the Ultramarines Primarch launching his Indomitus Crusade, and Ultramar itself only having recently emerged bloodied by the plague wars of the Death Guard. Yet among those of the Ultramarines' First Company, who are well known as the Tyrannic Veterans, having survived the Tyrannic War in Ultramar and upon Macragge, promoted into the new First Company in the aftermath of that war, now as the Fourth Tyrannic War took hold, the First Company were headed at speed towards this new Hive Fleet, along with the First Captain Severus. They also carried with them Chief Librarian Varro Tigurius, one of the most powerful Psykers among all Astartes in the galaxy. For Tigurius is so powerful, he can operate as a battlefield commander, a psychic storm of annihilation when focused upon their enemies, and also an ethereal presence which can reach across the galaxy. And it would be he who detected the soul sign of the lost warrior they still knew as Demetrian Titus. The strike force, launched from Tigurius' vessel, hit the planet like a strike from the ancient gods, and with Thunderhawks deploying veteran squads of Tyrannic warfare, the Xenos were soon being readily exterminated. Tragically, they had arrived too late to save the planet, but not too late to save Titus, who was recovered and urgently placed into Apothecarian bays aboard the Righteous Fury, the same vessel that he had once served in alongside Captain Trajan. Titus was wounded so severely that it was quickly established he could not be saved in his current form as a firstborn Marine. The only thing that could be enacted were the so-called Calgarian rites, his transition to becoming a Primaris Marine. Like so many who had crossed the Primaris Rubicon before him, Titus emerged stronger and more resolute than ever before, not least to find himself in the company of his brothers within the Ultramarines once again. Even more so when he awoke to find himself bestowed with the rank of lieutenant, serving under Captain Sevastus Acheran of the Second Company. Not all, of course, were so pleased to see the immediate return of Titus. Many still had questions, suspicions even, about where he had been for so long and what had transpired. Yet the exploration within the mind and soul of Titus by Chief Librarian Tigurius should have immediately laid to rest any such concerns, for Tigurius found no sign of any corruption within him. His rank was reinstated by psychic communion with Marneus Calgar himself. The approval of the Chief Librarian and Chapter Master was an adamantine seal of approval that none should dare to question. So it was that Titus was reinstated as a member of the Ultramarines, having been dragged through the disgrace of inquisitorial suspicion, the humility of penance serving as a black shield, yet now finally emerging in the era that saw his Primarch Roboute Guilliman return to the Ultramarines and to lead the Imperium as Lord Commander. Titus was back where he belonged, to serve once more within the Second Company and to bring the unstoppable wrath of his chapter and the Emperor to all the enemies of the Imperium, as Titus remained under the ever-watchful eye of Marneus Calgar. In the era of M41 and humanity's great empire, the galaxy stands shrouded in a stagnating fog of ignorance, pure confusion, and widespread misinformation. With the return of the Ultramarines Primarch Roboute Guilliman, after extensive study, he concluded that the destabilized state of the galaxy, most especially in the shadow of the emergence of the Great Rift Warp that split the Imperium in two, it was now impossible to determine an accurate course of time as it had been recorded to that point. It is believed that in the contemporary Imperium, because of this galactic scale of disruption, time flows erratically across different regions of the galaxy, leading to events occurring out of sync or even fully out of sequence. This destabilizing situation can even cause entire star systems to become temporarily isolated, or more generally galactic communications to just be very unreliable. For the Imperium of Man, this has had a profound impact. Coordination of military campaigns had already been historically difficult, but the situation now only further exacerbated confusion and disorder across the Imperium. This did nothing to improve the fact that humanity still faced relentless wars and constant incursions by Xenos heretics from within the Imperium itself, and of course the forces of chaos. The result of all this disruption is that many systems within the Imperium have scant or outdated information available, even for the most elite such as the Adeptus Astartes. Whilst it remains critical that those at the forefront of the Imperium's defences have access to such information, they will often find themselves operating with incomplete or wholly inaccurate intelligence. They may be dispatched to worlds with little knowledge of the current state of affairs, encountering unexpected threats, or finding entire planets lost to the warp or overrun by enemies long before their arrival. While historically, due to the nature of travel in the galaxy and the delays caused by Imperial bureaucracy, this may always have been true, the situation was now ever more pronounced. Quite obviously, any attempt to make efficient strategic planning became near impossible, and the lack of reliable information could lead to often disastrous outcomes. In the recent Tyrannic War, which saw Titus and his Death Watch crippled by the ferocity of the Tyranids, it was a prime example of how even where Astartes commanders are forced into relying on their instincts, adaptability, and the fragmented reports they receive, by the time they're able to enter a conflict and begin piecing together the true situation, this occurs only when they're already deep into the fray. So while Titus may have been accepted back into the Ultramarines chapter, he has much to prove among his battle brothers, and nothing short of exemplary action will suffice. The Residia system is currently deemed critical by the Imperium. The specific reasons for this, though, remain unknown. But with a strong Mechanicus presence, there is undoubtedly something deeper occurring here that has warranted such a heavy response from the Imperium. One would like to imagine that with Kadaku, a Death World Mechanicus research outpost, only having a population of a few 100 million, and its neighbour Demirium, a barrier world that is effectively uninhabited, the main reason for a strong response would be the population of the hive world Avarax within the Residia system, numbering some near 200 billion souls, not to mention its immense production output. In reality, if we know anything of the Imperium, it is far more likely that whatever has caused the designation of this system as being strategic value absolute, it is most likely not the vast numbers of humans upon the world. For while those among the Astartes would prioritise the salvation of such vast numbers of human lives if they could, the Mechanicus would most certainly not. In the aftermath of his retrieval from Kadaku, it becomes evident for Titus that this is far from the end, and that his journey toward redemption begins here and now in the system of Residius. With their defences crumbling and the populations falling into despair, Titus may have emerged from the Death Watch and returned to the Ultramarines, but his life as an Astartes has immediately presented him with yet another problem: strict adherence to the mission or the billions of citizens at stake upon Avarax. perhaps he can achieve both. Yet the Titus now is a very different man to the captain who waged a singular campaign against the Xenos Orcs and the Heretic Inquisitor and Chaos Astartes upon Graia. His risk-taking and somewhat cavalier attitude back then has been all but beaten out of him, and now he stands as a more pragmatic, objective individual with a clearer understanding of just what is at stake for the system and himself personally. In Space Marine 2, all of these details are delivered to us through not merely dialogue, but the personal actions, engagements between the characters, and the environment around them. And for the small preview I have seen, the storytelling unfolds with an attention to detail that demonstrates to us the change we see in Titus. Residius represents his best opportunity for redemption in the eyes of his brother Astartes. The system's dire situation offers an immediate chance to prove he has atoned for his past through securing a vital world for the Imperium. Utilizing his experience and skills developed in the Death Watch will be critical in his attempt to overcome the sheer scale of the challenges facing the system, a task that only a warrior of his caliber and his Primaris brothers can hope to secure in turning the tide against the Xenos horrors. For Titus's mission in Residius is not just a battle against the enemies of humanity, it is a deeply personal crusade, having been thrown back into the crucible of Xenos war so immediately after his return to the Ultramarines. One of the foremost issues in his mind is to reclaim his honour. Marneus Calgar had insisted that he be assigned the rank of lieutenant, even though Titus himself felt he was not deserving of such a rank and should have been more severely demoted. The defence of Residius is a critical point in his life, for the weight of responsibility placed upon Titus here is immense. To emerge victorious, he must inspire and command the brothers who accompany him and stand resolute against an almost incomprehensible scale of enemy. Such, though, is the life of an Astartes. Titus had at one point all but accepted his life as a Black Shield, and that he would most likely die in anonymous service to the Emperor and the Imperium. Yet here on the ravaged world of Avarax, he sees a sliver of possibility to achieve redemption, to fully restore his reputation and finally bring peace to the ghosts of his past. As the story unfolds, it is not merely the fate of Residius at hand, but that of Titus's personal redemption. For the two are intertwined. Only in victory will Titus be able to finally lay to rest the shame and suspicion that has shadowed him for so long. But dark forces are always working against him. This itself could be far more complex though than we may imagine, and the unfolding events of the campaign could still hold confusing aspects and suspicions that we are as yet still blind to. What are the Mechanicus doing within the Residius system? Why have they so recently resurrected activities here? And despite all the assessments and analysis of Titus himself, even by Tigurius, an air of unease in the eyes of his brother Marines still hangs around him. His past haunts like a permanent stain upon his character, and one that must surely be finally laid to rest here, or otherwise condemn him to a life of unbearable suspicion and penance. In this section, we stray into the realm of the speculative, but still entirely grounded within the possibilities of both the lore and personal character of Titus. Primarily, what we are considering here is the long-term manipulation of individuals by the beings of the Warp, specifically Tzeentch, the Great Changer of the Ways. Although I also wanted to speak to the character of Astartes and also the way in which they choose to approach things and why, specifically in this instance Titus and Leandros. From the previews we have seen so far in Space Marine 2, we know that Tzeentch will be a faction in the game, and so it is fair to assume that they will play an important aspect in the campaign as it unfolds for Titus and his Marines. This raises the larger questions. Will they remain disconnected from the personal journey of Titus, or will it have a deeper meaning and a narrative connotation? I can honestly say, I do not know, but it seems to me at least an interesting question that is worth exploring, not least when we consider the words of Nemeroth, the Chaos Marine, at the heart of the conflict upon Graia, which saw Titus able to resist the powers of Nemeroth and even the Warp itself. And this was something that Titus and his brothers were both confused and concerned by, which brings us of course to Leandros. Leandros was one of the newer members of Titus's command squad, and had demonstrated a trait often present in those who have successfully survived through to becoming an Astartes, that of a relative disconnect between the form they exist as now versus that of their prior humanity. It's not uncommon for Space Marines to display a cold indifference to mortal humans, and a tendency to look at things from the bigger picture. At face value, it's very easy to feel a dislike towards Space Marines with this outlook. They seem very cold, emotionless, uncaring about individuals. But in actuality, becoming an Astartes is to see the galaxy entirely differently, because you no longer look at that small-scale personal level as most humans do. Such an outlook comes with the position of becoming an Astartes. It's also why many Inquisitors see actions at a scale far above even the planetary. Some Astartes are better at balancing this than others, and it's something they may adjust from their experience over time. Some chapters of Space Marines are also known to display more empathy to standard humans than others, such as the Salamanders, where other chapters would see ordinary humans as little more than a means to an end, or just even numbers on a data slate. It's fair to say, though, that Leandros did not endear himself with his immediate character and his continual remonstrations with Titus. However, I've often spent time to consider, was this a fair assumption? Or was our view of Leandros more of an emotional reaction to someone who had seemingly become so disconnected from their humanity? And we'll talk about that more in a moment. But just to remind ourselves of that situation and the final events upon Graia. Titus had by the later stages of that campaign become determined to hunt down and kill the Chaos Sorcerer Nemeroth before he could harness the power of the Psychic Scourge, thereby fulfilling his plan to ascend to true demonhood. Having already shown a shocking resistance to the warp powers at play, Titus remained resolute despite the very obvious dangers. Leandros, though, vehemently disagrees with Titus about continuing on. He continually asserts the instructions of the Codex laid down by their Primarch. Titus appears to brush this off entirely, in fact some would say showing a shocking disregard for the Codex despite being an Ultramarine. He seems to actively shun its instructions. I think to this end it is worth remembering just what the Codex Astartes is and when it was written. So, the Codex Astartes was not created merely to act as a guide for chapter organisation, tactics and the general conduct of Space Marines. It does do those things, but Roboute Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, created it as a vital tome which would incorporate all the lessons they had learned and in the shadow of the heresy, so that in the millennia to come, even beyond potentially his own life, the Astartes should never fall to darkness in the ways seen during the Horus Heresy again, most notably resisting the corruption of chaos, because corruption from those of the warp was seen to be far more nuanced than any could have imagined. It did not take place in an acute form. It was not a pathogen or a virus that could easily be detected. It whispered in people's ears, it worked its way into their brain and their decisions, and it required a considerably strong framework to both resist and detect. So for this reason, among many others, in creating the Codex Astartes, Guilliman hoped to prevent the catastrophic events of the heresy from ever occurring again. And the arrival of the Codex coincided with one of the most significant events in the history of the Imperium, the dissolution of the Astartes legions and the replacement with chapters. The rationalization was that no single force should ever be able to rebel on the scale of the traitor legions again, for the risk of such an occurrence to the Imperium and the Emperor was simply too great. So, returning to Leandros and Titus, although Leandros appears nagging and a bit of a Boy Scout, versus Titus basically just winging it and using his instincts and his experience, it's worth further analysis because this leads directly into the situation we're about to discover in Space Marine 2. As discussed earlier, Titus during the events on Graia was, up to that point, an exemplary member of the Ultramarines. He had seen great success and commendation, but no Astartes exists without a sense of pride, and despite any assertions to the contrary. So I think it's more than clear that Titus was somewhat overconfident and even arrogant in his attitude. He had only seen success during his time as an Astartes, and that had seen him ascend to the captain of the second company in relative short order. So why should he not face the threats that become clear on Graia any differently, even though the warning signs were all there? Leandros was doing what he was expected to do as a member of the Ultramarines. He was giving his contrary opinion to his senior officer and reminding of the purposes in the Codex to enforce discipline and control within the Space Marine chapters, thereby reducing the risk of any individual or chapter falling to chaos. The Codex emphasizes the importance of vigilance, purpose, and adherence to the Emperor's will, teaching Space Marines to be ever wary of the insidious influence of chaos. By codifying these principles in the Codex Astartes, Guilliman sought to maintain the strength, unity, and integrity of the Astartes, even absent to his presence, guiding them in their service to the Imperium of Man while safeguarding them against the corrupting temptations of chaos. So it is all the more surprising that Titus repeatedly tosses aside Leandros' concerns, pointing out that Titus has repeatedly shown this unusual resistance to the warp, and specifically ever since Nemeroth's invasion of Graia, something, as noted, that even Nemeroth appears intrigued by Titus's resilience. And Titus continues to minimize these concerns even when they learn that the Inquisitor involved here was dead right from the start and had merely been puppeted by Nemeroth. The situation should have been significantly concerning, and Leandros doesn't go so far as to just outright accuse Titus of heresy. He is simply voicing his fears that whatever is behind the captain's resistance to the warp might inadvertently aid Nemeroth and compromise their mission, Now, to be completely clear, no matter how things eventually turned out, that is far from being unreasonable advice, and despite the ultimate conclusion to the situation on Graia, Titus exhibited here a clear arrogance to ignore the more pragmatic evaluation and adherence to the Codex as generally seen and expected of the Ultramarines. Titus dismisses Leandros' concerns and sets off to confront Nemeroth, determined to prevent the sorcerer's ascension. In short, Titus continues to demonstrate this headstrong attitude that is his entire personality. Leandros is deeply troubled, and with fair reason. These are exactly the kind of behaviours that Astartes who have fallen in the past tend to display, and that Space Marines are taught to be very cautious of. It's more than reasonable that Leandros becomes convinced that Titus may well have been corrupted, because often this can happen without an individual even being aware of it. This, of course, culminates in Leandros contacting the Inquisition. Meanwhile, Titus successfully defeats Nemeroth and seemingly destroys the power source, closing that warp rift, securing victory just as Imperial reinforcements arrive. Despite this success, Titus is taken into custody by Inquisitor Thrax due to Leandros' accusations. And as Titus is led away, Leandros confronts him, insisting that the Codex Astartes clearly marks him as a heretic, arguing that no one could resist the warp as Titus had without falling to corruption. Now, I hate to say it, but Leandros is 100% correct here. He always gets the bad rap on the backside of this campaign because, of course, Titus is the hero. But Leandros is fully justified in his actions here. In response, Titus asserts that the Codex Astartes is a guide that instills honour within the Ultramarines, but it is how each Space Marine chooses to live by those rules that truly defines them. Titus implies that in his rigid adherence to the Codex, Leandros has failed to grasp the deeper meaning and the true test of a Space Marine. The perspectives of both entirely questionable, because while it may be true that in this specific instance Titus was correct, he himself is also missing something. On balance, there is no clear-cut definitive answer, and perhaps that is entirely the point. Likely, Leandros needs to understand that to follow the Codex too rigidly in itself can invite disaster, something that has been historically demonstrated for the Ultramarines. But Titus also needed to more objectively understand that his flippancy to which he ignored the lessons of the Codex placed him in his current predicament and could have led to the entire failure of the mission and worse. Of course, it is difficult to really see, given the situation they were in, what Titus could have done differently. Graia had to be defended, Nemeroth had to be defeated. Whatever was occurring with Titus at the time was far less of a priority. However, that still does not discredit or dismiss the concerns of Leandros, which are fully justified, and that to me is the critical aspect to understand here. It's not about taking sides, it's understanding the complexity and difficulty for Astartes in trying to judge just what they should be doing in such a scenario. Titus implied in his passing statement that Leandros was incorrect in his actions, and that is where he himself was wrong. As Nemeroth said, only a deep connection to the warp could explain Titus's ability to resist it, and the Chaos Sorcerer even questions if this means Titus will soon be joining them. He can feel and detect something in Titus at that time. Presumably, this is something he's seen before, and that's the huge red flag here. Despite Titus surviving the interrogations of the Inquisitor and his subsequent time in the Death Watch, even the assessment of Chief Librarian Tigurius, there was something happening to him upon Graia that seemed to shake even the Chaos Sorcerer. Given that position, it's more than plausible that Leandros should raise a strong concern that required the involvement of both the Inquisition and the supporting Black Templars to ensure that Titus came quietly, because had he not, they likely would have executed him right there on the spot. There are far too many examples to consider where we have seen individuals of a resilient constitution still manipulated by chaos against their will, entirely unknowing that it was taking place at all until the very last moment. One of the most notable, which always comes to mind perhaps, is of course Inquisitor Sabathiel, who has seen more than her fair share of connection to the warp even in her resurrection. But it is just one example of somebody who had a powerful belief in their own actions, a clarity of vision, who was 100% certain they were taking the right course and they knew what they were doing, only to find themselves become a pawn in the great game of the Chaos Gods. And of course, Sabathiel faced execution from the Grey Knights. The question regarding Titus and his ultimate status is an open one, and something that we may well learn more about through the Residius campaign. For while his own choices ultimately led to his penance within the Death Watch, the resistance he had to chaos was seemingly not of his own making. In the fullness of time, Titus's commitment to a path that, while not easy, could ultimately become far more important historically, could well be the path the Emperor laid out for Titus. I feel a relevant adjacent example to put in here regarding the need to remain open to the interpretation of rules comes from the legendary Ultramarine Aeonid Thiel. Thiel was a sergeant during the Heresy, and it had become part of the Ultramarines' identity to emulate their Primarch and Forge theoreticals to best protect and counter against all the enemies of mankind. Thiel, though, was judged to have gone too far when he theorized that they should also begin considering the possibility of having to combat Space Marines as well as Xenos. It's important to remember that in this time before the Heresy broke out into the open, the concept of an Astartes fighting another was considered all but impossible, and that even voicing this was tantamount to treason. For his theoreticals, Thiel was marked for censure. Effectively, this was a disciplinary punishment, and his helmet was marked red for this reason. Yet at this time, the Word-Bearers' traitor Marines unleashed their infamous assault upon Calth. Thiel saved a chapter master from a demon incursion and would follow this with his theoretical that in a battle against their fellow Marines, the Ultramarines' greatest weakness was their staunch predictability, while the Word-Bearers' greatest advantage was the shock of their betrayal. The only way for the Ultramarines to regain the initiative would be to dispense with both. They should use unorthodox tactics and strategies to wage a brutal campaign against their former brethren with all ferocity, entirely uncharacteristic for the Ultramarines. During the Battle of Calth, Guilliman ordered that all squad leaders accompanying him paint their helmets red because the Word-Bearers' attack had shredded the Ultramarines' normal command hierarchy and organization, and also communication was very unreliable. Guilliman wanted clear visual markers for the Ultramarines to follow. In the aftermath, Thiel's visionary heroism and theoretical prompted Guilliman to enshrine that red markings would now be a badge of honor instead of censure, something that the Ultramarines continue to carry in their aesthetics to the contemporary Imperium some 10,000 years later, where all sergeants now wear the red helmet. Now, beside Aeonid Thiel being one of my favourite Space Marines in the history of 40k, what is the point of this story? Well, it seeks to illustrate that there is a need, as Titus demonstrated, to sometimes take a path that is not the easy choice so long as the theoretical is sound. And that is something that their Primarch has always been clear on, to hear all sides no matter if they appear at face value problematic, because that is the genius of Guilliman, to remain open and objective to all considerations. This was the true failing of Leandros. He was too closed-minded, but Titus's failing was in not heeding the warnings of the Codex sufficiently. It was an impossible situation, and one which can only be concluded in this coming campaign, because with the presence of Tzeentch clearly seen to be operating in the Residius campaign, Titus needs to lay to rest the unanswered questions about this ability to resist the warp. Why the voices from the Immaterium were so keenly asking him, "Will you be joining us soon, brother?" Was there puppetry at play here? There are very likely other unseen actors who will lead us into a final act that may resolve the question of Titus once and for all. The fundamental principle, though, is the danger of chaos. For chaos corruption can occur openly or inwardly, consciously or unconsciously, and even when it does not have a clear answer, one way or the other, the events upon Graia demonstrated how it can divide and break the bonds between loyal brothers of the Astartes, just as it did in the Heresy. This is one of the most enduring, ever-present dangers that face Space Marines, and has not changed since the final end of that great war. The big question, of course, is, what are the sorcerers of the Thousand Suns doing here? What powers or ceremonies do they seek to unleash, and how critical will the strength of Titus be in unlocking whatever mysteries they seek to conceal? The Demetrian Titus of this campaign will not be that same individual we saw upon Graia. He is an entirely changed figure who has hopefully learned that the most challenging of personal journeys for an Astartes, and specifically for an Ultramarine, is to balance the strength of one's own individual instincts and experiences, and ego and pride, against those that are taught by the hallowed Codex Astartes. For in this campaign, Titus will be a distinctly more grounded individual, and with his new Ultima brothers by his side, Titus will bring his experience, insight, and tutelage to the new Primaris Marines of the Second Company, Chiron and Gadriel. Warhammer 40,000 is more than just a setting for games and novels. It's a living narrative that immerses us in the darkest of futures where humanity's survival exists on a knife edge. Simply put, there are so many ways to enjoy the setting of 40k that how we approach Space Marine 2 itself will be entirely individual. Many appreciated recently my long static gaze at the background of the game in the recent preview, but others wanted far superior gameplay than I could hope to provide. And then there are of course those who want nothing more than to just see and experience the new narrative of Titus explored. All of this highlights how 40k, with its deep lore, myriad factions, and relentless background of war, isn't just about experiencing a new game. It's about diving headfirst into the world of 40k in a way that feels both familiar yet also thrillingly new. Within the galaxy of M41, the stakes are incredibly high, and the lines between heroism and damnation often blurred. It's often said that there are no good guys or bad guys in 40k. A very debatable point, but one which hammers home the ethical weight placed upon the decisions facing the characters in such times. For myself, I always want to see a game that embodies the relentless, brutal nature of 40k, where sacrifices have to be made and the grim realities of war are ever present. This means not just engaging in epic battles against waves of Tyranids and other Xenos, but also feeling the weight of the lore, seeing the decay of ancient worlds, hearing the hymns and accounts of the Adeptus Mechanicus as they maintained their war machines, breaking through Xenos and heretic nests and shrines, crushing traitor Astartes, walking among those ordinary citizens of the Imperium, and experiencing the desperate prayers of the Astra Militarum as they hold the line. For me, one of the most exciting aspects also for Space Marine 2 is the promise of the broad spectrum of missions which will take us through a host of environments, from claustrophobic hive-like structures and gothic crenellations to the choking jungles of a death world or the desolate wastelands of an Imperial cemetery world. All should help us to deepen our immersion, because I want Space Marine 2 to take us deep into the heart of the 40k setting. One of the most derided aspects of the first game was one of the most compelling for myself, that fundamental mechanical satisfaction of combat, and this was something that I can already feel in the new game from the previews, but the intensity is dialed up considerably. The visceral thrill of smashing through enemies with a chainsword, the cracking thud of bolter fire, and the sheer power of a well-timed jump pack landing as you crash into the enemies like a bolt of lightning. Space Marine 2 seems to be solidly delivering that sense of brutal, exhilarating action that made the first game very memorable. But now also the addition of cooperative gameplay, which promises extended replayability and the enjoyment of tailoring your own Marines with their custom aesthetics and stat tree builds. The ability though also to replay missions with different team compositions is greatly exciting, not least because it raises the prospect of being able to bring new people into the space of 40k and help walk them through their first steps onto the path of full immersion into the galaxy of M41, something I have found myself already inundated with invitations for.
Culture Killed Concord. We're going to watch it right now and react to it. Let's get into it.
Culture killed Concord. It's that simple. When you fail this spectacularly out of the gate with issues that are easy to validate with customers, you know, the people that pay you so that you can make games, well, you have a culture problem. Either
She was an executive producer at Microsoft. I don't like, I'm just so glad every time I watch one of her videos. Her channel is so great. And by the way, her editing is a little bit better on this one. Her headspace is better. Like if you go back and watch the last one, it's clear she's invested in some audio equipment and such. Why nobody has hired her? Like I feel like she's the reality check that these big companies need. Like she had the right take with Baldur's Gate. She has the right take with Concord. And like that was my big reaction. If you go watch the next gen console watch, I'm like, where was the focus testing? Like, did you not listen to it?
Firewalk Studios had the information they needed and they didn't bother to fix the issues in the game, or they never asked. Either one of these situations is a problem.
Yep. So either you knew the problems and you didn't do anything about it, or you didn't ask if there were any problems and you just assumed you knew everything. Both are bad things. Like the initial launch trailer was panned. Everybody was like, I don't like these characters. Like it seems like Guardians of the Galaxy knockoff. What is this? Like there was no positive reaction to that initial trailer. It's not letting me do the transition here.
Every game has many unknowns when you start out. That's why game development is so difficult, because it's iterative. You have to make the game while paying attention to what is going on around you, because gaming evolves. What players like changes. This means you need a studio culture that has a healthy feedback loop. Clearly, that didn't happen with Concord.
Yeah. Studio culture where you just like any company you work at, if you don't want to listen to somebody who is just saying, hey, I think we have an issue with the storytelling in our game. We have an issue with the character designs. Like they don't seem particularly interesting. We should probably look on zhuzhing them up, like making them extra cool or something like that. This feels a little derivative of Guardians of the Galaxy. If you don't want to hear any of that, or there's not a feeling that you can say what you feel truthfully at a company, you're going to run into an issue where you're unable to address the issues at the company, right? And I think that's what she's getting at. It's very frustrating.
Let me explain. First, if you haven't heard,
and like, I'm not talking about just being like a jerk at a company meeting, but if you can't say, come on guys, like this is very Guardians of the Galaxy. They're like, nah, we don't want to hear it. It's like, okay, well, let's do a focus test and let's see how people react. And then they either don't listen to it or whatever.
Concord shut down after 12 days. It had less than 1,000 concurrent players and less than 25,000 units were sold. Cost-wise, I've seen estimates that said $250 million plus was spent. Also,
I think that's not correct. Like, I know she was an EP at Microsoft. I don't think that number's correct. I've seen that number also, and there's no world where 250 million makes any sense, right? Like it had to be closer, like maybe 200, 250. It's a little high.
They were in development for over 6 years, and this is the first issue we'll talk about. That is a long time to make a game, and the landscape of gaming evolves.
Yeah. This is like the first Overwatch short, by the way,
Let's take a look at what was going on when Concord started. Overwatch had just shipped, and it was a spectacular success.
Look at the flow of the animation and the smoothness in which those characters move in these shorts. And like, we don't really know anything. I remember my initial reaction to watching this, actually. I was sort of like, okay, like I like the animation. The animation looks cool, but I don't really know who these characters are. And then the May short came out. And I was like, oh, they're able to like sort of touch on feelings of, you know, being young or looking up to somebody or anything like that. And yeah, it's really interesting to hear somebody like Laura discuss these topics.
Being inspired by the success of Overwatch is not a surprise. Everybody would want to make an Overwatch. The problem is that they took several years to make the game and the market changed. They needed to adjust. Unfortunately, this is not a new story.
SOE!
This happened to Sigil Games when they were working on a game called Vanguard. Vanguard was a massive
I've never heard of Vanguard. Has anybody heard of Vanguard? I've never heard of Vanguard ever before. Anyway, it was like EverQuest. I'm actually reading, and I have to finish it. I've gotten a little crazy over the last few weeks, but I'm reading this book, Play Nice, Jason Schreier's book. I wasn't paid to read this or talk about it or anything like that, by the way. He just sent it over. He did provide the book. This is a very good book. It is about the history of Blizzard, and they talk about how when EverQuest 2 was being developed, they were making World of Warcraft. I learned so much about Blizzard from this book. That's why I love it so much. And it's sort of written in the style of, like, I used to read books about hackers like Kevin Mitnick and stuff like that. And it's sort of written in that style, and I really do appreciate that. He's taking us through sort of a history lesson of the company. Well, anyway, before World of Warcraft came out, there was like Final Fantasy XI was sort of around that time. This Vanguard game was around that time. And World of Warcraft came out, and it was just more accessible and better. So, yeah.
massively multiplayer game started in 2002. The company was founded by Brad McQuaid, who is credited with making EverQuest, one of the most successful games at the time. I joined Vanguard as the Microsoft executive producer at the same time I started on Gears of War.
So yeah, she worked on this in Gears of War. I'm not going to lie. Vanguard looks cool though. Like visually, it looks interesting.
I remember when EverQuest launched because everyone at Microsoft stopped doing their jobs and started playing the game. So I was
the funny thing is, in Jason's book, apparently the same thing.
What material did I use for the gold medal? I made my own. So what you can do is, right, so there's like, I have steel and like brass here. You can just like grab one of these materials and then adjust it to your liking. So, yeah, I would just like grab like, I forget how I made this. I think there was like a metal that I downloaded off of the Pixelogic website. I guess it's Maxon now, huh? I don't know if they still have it, but it is there. I just like adjusted a few things and then made my brass material. Oh my god, I love EverQuest.
Happened at Blizzard. There were so many people playing EverQuest that like it would bring productivity to an absolute halt.
I tried to play EverQuest, but I couldn't like log in or something.
But what did it result in? It resulted in
I never played it.
Warcraft.
I never played EverQuest when it was in like when it was popular, like way back in the olden days.
wasn't surprised when Microsoft signed the deal to make Vanguard. They wanted the next EverQuest. We were so excited about this game. The only problem was that the market changed rapidly when Blizzard shipped World of Warcraft in 2004. WoW massively expanded the market, bringing in more casual players. Suddenly, you didn't have to camp a spawn for 20 hours like in EverQuest.
They aren't even materials. They're just material captures.
You could even use the bathroom. It was awesome. It was a whole new world, a world gamers liked. Unfortunately, the Sigil team didn't want to hear that feedback. They didn't accept that the market had moved, and they were designing Vanguard to be more like the original EverQuest. In fact, they refused to play the game, which
I think she's talking about World of Warcraft. This part in the video where she's like, they refuse to play the game. Every time I hear that about a studio, if I hear that about the studio, I would bet money that the game is going to have major issues that could have been addressed had they looked
You
at
write
the
them off if
competition
they
market.
don't play the game.
When Anthem was
If
being
they aren't
developed,
gamers,
there was
fuck.
like a little bit of a rule within BioWare that you
Game developers who don't play games, they're like the warp. They've been corrupted by the influence of demonic forces. And they must be like,
weren't supposed
you
to
know,
talk about
the
Destiny.
short, right?
That is so stupid.
The Astartes
Why in
short
the
movie.
world would you not
You
play
just
the
gotta
competition,
execute
see
them
what they're doing well, and implement
for
those
being
good
corrupted.
features into your product? Oh man, I really like XYZ. We should make sure we have something comparable in our game. Like, you're absolutely crazy.
Right. Where is it? Let me go see if I can find it. I think it's this right here. Where's the fun part? Can't find it. Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's like this, right? Is it this part? Which part is it? It's not this part, right? Or is it back here? Oh, it's this one here. Yeah, okay. I think it's this one. Yeah, game developers who don't play games. They get crazy like this guy. So you gotta just take care of him. They've been influenced by chaos. Like, they aren't game developers anymore. You gotta banish them to the Shadow Realm.
It's crazy.
Found very confusing. For context, most game developers play every game that directly competes with theirs. They play to learn and for inspiration. They play to make sure that when they ship, that it's something players want, that it's something they'll pay for. You can't afford to make a massively expensive game and then hope that you're going to attract an audience. You need to know that there's an audience for your game.
Yeah, and absolutely, it's like something has happened with the video game industry, and the only word I can think to describe it is hubris. I think there is an arrogance or hubris in the games industry where they think that they're going to, out of thin air, without looking at anything else in the industry, going to be able to make something better. It's just like, why the frick would you do that? Why in the world would you do that? Why wouldn't you look at the competition? Why wouldn't you look at the games that people are excited about and say, oh, maybe we could learn a thing or two from that? No,
Yeah, exactly.
No, you're the creative vision that's going to make the next World of Warcraft. The world.
You know why World of Warcraft was good and like why Blizzard succeeded to the way they did? It's because they copied everything from like Games Workshop.
You know what the World of Warcraft team did? They played the crap out of EverQuest and said, we want to make our EverQuest. They got rid of they wrote a list of all the shit they didn't like in EverQuest. They wrote a list of all the shit that they did like in EverQuest. And then they were like, let's make our better version of that. And they made World of Warcraft. Like, oh, what's the magic sauce that Blizzard came up with?
And then they abandoned the ideas. They abandoned the ideas they got from EverQuest, and that was their downfall. Like I actually talked to like one of the
and they talked about
the developers who worked on Quest
what they didn't
early,
like and how they could improve it. Like this boneheadedness of, oh, we're gonna come up with it out of thin air.
It's like
we're not gonna talk about that other game or use it for market analysis.
They learned lessons and then they forgot them as a company.
When we play tested Vanguard, we were finding players didn't like it. It was too hard. There was too much grinding. Unfortunately, Sigil didn't want to hear it. Some of the team were actively hostile when we tried to discuss it. When you have people giving feedback and you're openly hostile to that feedback, a lot of people, most people, will just shut down. They'll just stop telling you what's wrong.
There goes billions of dollars.
Hey, I think that this game, like if you're talking about Concord, hey, I think this is a little bit Guardians of the Galaxy knockoff, and you're called names or ridiculed or just basically called stupid or anything sort of negative. Okay, go ahead, launch your game. I'll enjoy the 2 more weeks of paychecks that I'm going to get. Like, it makes me very frustrated. The Concord situation is the most frustrating because I see a situation that was at least partially preventable, right? I don't think it needed to get 12 days in before it was axed. And even when you're talking about something like World of Warcraft, it wasn't like an original idea. Somebody had done the MMO already. They just did the best MMO, which hadn't been done yet.
What they think should change because they don't need the stress or they don't want to lose their jobs. And this creates a broken feedback loop.
Yep.
So it's not surprising that
They don't want the stress. They don't want to lose their jobs. So you know what they do? They don't say the things that they want to say. That's problematic.
Yeah, that's actually very
isn't it?
true.
Isn't that kind of bad? Doesn't that just kind of create an echo chamber of positivity?
the market changed out from under the team that was making Concord. The question is, why didn't they adjust? Did they not see it? Or did they playtest, see the issues, and not make changes? Or maybe they had a hostile work environment where people stopped giving feedback.
I mean,
yeah,
that
like
would be
if you bring up things that if you bring up flaws that you see in a company, they will just blacklist you, like straight up, just because there's like so many people who want to work for you, right, as a company, and like to people higher up in a company, if you say anything bad about them or about the company, it's not taken as constructive criticism, which is what you mean to do, right? As someone who comes forth to raise alarms about like an issue. Now, it's a personal attack for the higher ups.
worse. Well, she's referencing the Park Place here. I don't know
Yeah, how dare
true
you criticize
that was
us?
or not, but
We
there
can do
are
no wrong.
rumors about the
That's
internal
such
culture of the
bullshit.
company.
I saw this report recently claiming that there were big problems within the Firewalk studios. I have no idea if this is
I feel
true.
bad
But if it
because
is, it's
on
not
the team.
surprising that the feedback loop for making
know,
the
you
game
might be
better
right.
was broken. Here's
You
what
might be
happens
right.
when you have a broken culture and no creative dialogue and no feedback loop. All of your best people leave.
Yeah. And that's
Yep.
that's the real point that she's getting at. She's
That
like,
is
look,
very,
there's this
very
rumor
true.
going around
This
that
pers-
there was
Who
problems.
is this girl? Well, woman. Who is this woman? Like she's
internally at the company.
right about
And
this thing.
the reason that's
I gotta check out her
problematic
channel.
is because your best people will leave. They will quit. They will not stay at the company. Right? Oh, you're going to put me down because I told, like, who's going to be nicer? The person you've worked with for however long, 6 years, or random people on the internet? Who do you think's going to give you the feedback nicely? The person you like put down, or maybe, just maybe, that colleague that you've worked with for like 6 years? Who's going to be better? Chat, what do you think? Let's take a vote. I'm going to bet on the guy you worked with for 6 years, or gal. The person you work with, because they're in the trenches with you. They want, well, hopefully they want the best for, you know, the business that they're working at. And they certainly want more than 1,000 concurrents on Steam when the game launches. Like, you have to have feedback pass for people, and you have to allow differing opinions.
You coded a calculator in Delphi.
There's
Is that
the creator,
true?
the guy who made Fallout.
I'd
does
be
this
really
great
impressed
series,
if
Tim
you did.
Kaine, I think is his name. And he talks about like having passionate debates in an office, and then people come in, they're like, oh, hey, can you keep it down? You're kind
I
of
don't even
picking
know
at
what
the
Delphi
employees.
is.
It's like, no, we're creating something cool. Like, we're passionate about the thing. And I've had that once in my career. And that person went on to be like one of my best friends. His name's Mike. And he did a stream with me a few times on my birthday. But those sort of things are really, really special when you have that positive friction, for lack of a better term, where you're butting heads because you both want the thing to be awesome, right? That can be really, really good and positive energy. Blizzard had it to a point, and then I believe there's, like, I'm reading through the book right now, and eventually it goes too far. But like, yeah.
All the best engineers, the best designers, the best artists, they know that they can find another job, even in this tough job market, because they're provably good. They have a reputation. They don't want to waste their time. Then you have
Yeah.
your next group, the people that are good but aren't confident or don't want to look for a job. that group simply shuts down. They stop giving feedback. They stop dealing with the people that are making the environment toxic. They know
Yeah.
they won't get fired for their work, so they make sure they stay out of the controversy. And now you just have everyone else. You have inexperienced
Wow, this woman knows everything. Why is she so good?
people or people who don't feel
She
afraid
speaks the
expressing
true
their
truth.
opinions, and those vocal people will start driving the design and the look of the game. And that isn't what you want. You want
Well, I do think that she highlights just a natural hierarchy in any business. So, I mean, that's sort of natural, but you cannot be shutting down. Like, if you
Our
shut
next
down somebody
Messiah.
enough times, you know what they're going to start doing? They're going to stop fighting you. Sure, I'll just make whatever thing that I don't like the look of because I've been told to, you know, or like
You can
I,
do addition, subtraction,
I don't want to
multiplication,
fight you
and
anymore.
division
I'll
of
just do
two
whatever
numbers.
you want. Okay, I'll make the thing.
That's pretty
And,
cool.
like, is that what you want for your
It's
business?
okay. I don't
You
want the file.
talented people that just give up.
want everyone giving feedback and making the game better.
Yes.
We will likely never
I don't
know
want the
exactly what was
liability,
going on at the studio,
like the
but to
legal
me, it's
issues
clear
that could
they
come
didn't build a
from
culture of feedback
adding
because
your
they didn't
code
make
to
a
Project
game
Nova.
the gamers want. Let's take a look at one of the other problems. Characters. Creating inspirational characters that people want to play.
Yeah.
This is really critical to the game. I know because we had this exact problem on Gotham City Imposters.
Let's get that blindfold off you. Welcome to Bats HQ, initiate.
God, please no.
I think
As you know, we are dedicated to honoring Batman's nobility through our words and deeds.
For context, Gotham was a first-person shooter that shipped in early 2012.
I remember this.
It was
I remember this game very
what?
well.
made by the team at Monolith that shipped classics like No One Lives Forever and Fear.
It was
I don't
popular.
remember
It was
seeing
based
this
off of
game.
this clip from the Batman movie.
Don't let me fight.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna skip this part, but it's the hockey mask part from the Batman flick.
When you look at these wannabe Batman clones, they are average people. They aren't inspiring like Batman,
Yeah.
and that's the point. They're average people cosplaying Batman on the weekend. And it's funny. And this team leaned in to that humor. At that time, we were making the game for young men
haven't
that
seen
like
this
playing
game.
first-person shooters. Generally, the age range for this group was around 14 to 24. The
I find it interesting that she identifies like our target demographic was young men.
I was probably like
I have to
playing
wonder,
Skyrim
like,
or
what
something.
are the demos of video games
Or
right
Oblivion.
now? I'm really curious, sort of like, does it skew male still mostly? Like, there's no denying that a lot of women play games. But
It
like, when you're
scales
developing a
they, them
product,
now.
Is it like 50-50 now? 'Cause
We
she's
all
talking about, like, 10
identify
years ago.
as
At
other.
least 10 years ago. And we know there's more women playing games.
We're all
Anyway,
others
Gotham
now.
team loved first
We are no longer
shooters, and they
human.
were good at making
We
them.
are
At the
agents
same
of
time, they were
chaos,
older. This team
agents
had
of
been
the
together for
void.
many years, so they knew that they needed to validate their assumptions with real people that would be paying for the game.
We're like dark archons now from StarCraft.
Yes.
This is how we found out that we had a problem with our characters. The people that were going to
The
pay for the
melding
game
is
didn't feel the
complete.
characters were inspiring enough.
Yeah.
It turns out that a group of
What
adult
is
game
thy
developers who are confident in
No,
who
wait,
they
that's,
are find it funny to play a
that's
fat
Warcraft.
slob or a skinny guy with a shotgun. Younger players, not so much. And if you think about it, you can see why. I went through awkward stages. There were many times in my life where the last person I would have wanted to play was me in a video.
Yeah. Okay. She is absolutely on fire right now. I don't understand why it seems like everybody has forgotten that video games are a fantasy where you want to play a character that is better than you. At least I do. Right? Like it's about
Fun fact: I'm better than all the characters I've ever played in, and in every video game. Like, for me, every game is not a fantasy game. It's a way to make myself feel to feel empathy for those beneath me.
fantasy.
Like when I
It's
play
about
as a
fantasizing about improving in some way.
when I
Like in
play as like Titus or
RPGs,
something, I'm like,
you
man,
want to be the cool leader. Like whether you were
Sucks
femship
to
or
be him.
maleship, you want to be seen as that
I
cool
gain, like,
leader
pleasure
who has
from
all
that.
the traits that you want, or you're playing the fantasy of playing somebody totally evil that you can't do in real life, or like you would aspire to be more like, or like Ghost of Tsushima, right? You like you want to be that samurai. And it's really interesting to hear.
Fun
you say this,
fact,
like,
I'm a
Gotham
samurai
City
in real life.
Imposters didn't hit for us because we made a bunch of like out of shape.
I'm Asian,
characters, or
so
characters that weren't
obviously
cool.
I'm a
And I
samurai.
come back to the example of Roadhog. When you look at Roadhog, Roadhog
Watashi wa
is a character
samurai.
that you could want to be like. Like he's not in great shape, he's overweight, but he's just he has that cool factor. He's a cool bigger guy, or I don't know what he's a hog, or I don't know what he is in Overwatch. But point is, his design's really interesting, right? And I
Yada
think
yada.
that was definitely
Inoculating Chan.
something that likely held back Gotham City Imposters, as we're learning, and also held back Concord.
Video game. At first, it was very difficult for some of the team to hear this feedback. Part of that was because the team was very small, so making a new character was going to be tough.
Yeah.
Also, it's never easy for an artist or creator to hear that there is a problem with their work. It's one of the hardest conversations you can have with a creator. But ultimately,
Yeah, honestly, like, was it hard for me to hear everybody be mad about content that I've made? Like, I've made content in the past that made the whole world mad, basically, or they said that I wasn't doing it right. Yes, it was very hard on me. I'll be totally honest with you, especially when you put like tons of work into something and then it falls on its face. That's hard to hear. You know what I do with that? I improve the next one. I make sure I ask the right questions for the next interview. I make sure I do better prep next time. I effed whatever up, and you try to be better every time you make a mistake. You learn from it and you improve. That is all we can do. I am not a perfect person. I don't talk perfectly. I'm not the smartest guy in the room. I know I have these limitations because I am a human being. All I can do is strive to make a better piece of content with every piece of content that I make. And I get it wrong sometimes. That's okay to admit. And that's just from my perspective. You have to have that ability as a creative anything if you hope to improve, right? At least that's my take on it.
you have to find a way to have this conversation.
Yes.
Or you end up with a failed game. You just can't make games without considering who will buy them. You have to appeal to the people that are going to play and love your game. And that brings us to the next problem, the $40 price point.
Oh, yeah.
If you ship something free, you can't change the price later and charge more. It doesn't work. People anchor on that free and they never go back. So maybe that's what Sony was thinking. We had a similar issue with Gotham City Imposters. We didn't feel that Gotham City had enough content to charge $60, so we went out and we asked our target market what they would pay. What we found was that there were basically two price points, free and everything else. From a community standpoint, we felt it would
Free
be
and
better to
everything
ship Gotham
else.
as a free-to-play game because we felt more people would try the game and we'd have more players. As you saw with
Guess I'll make Project Nova $200. No, $300. This is a $300 quintuple A game. So you guys better start ponying up. Better start saving up for this game.
Concord, if you are
Yes,
a
it'll be
multiplayer only
worth it.
game and nobody is playing, it dies quickly. Of course,
Yeah.
these were early days of free-to-play gaming on consoles and PC. Many gamers didn't like the free-to-play model. I was one of them. I still prefer putting down money, getting a disc, and playing the game forever. That is my preferred purchase.
Wait for it
But
to...
we weren't making the game for me. We were making the game for our target audience.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, Xbox didn't have a free-to-play game at this point.
Okay.
In fact, they had just started experimenting with a game called Happy Wars, which
Here's the crazy thing about everything that she's saying. Like, yeah, it wasn't around at that time. I remember Gotham City Imposters, and I remember it being positively received when it launched. So even though it was a failure, quote unquote, it did find an audience somewhere.
shipped in October of 2012. So we were stuck, and that's how we ended up in this in-between stage, which some people didn't like. I thought this review from the Cynical Brit really captured it, and he was very fair
Maybe
with
Disney
his
played that
feedback.
game.
Extra points for that. The debate, I suppose, with a title like this is whether or not
Or
it
maybe
should
Saint.
be
Because
a
Saint
pay-to-play or
doesn't Saint
free-to-play
play
game.
Fortnite, so maybe
And
he's
it's weird. The market
maybe-
is
It looks
weird
decent.
state.
maybe this Batman game is up his alley.
At the moment, where they'll willingly accept Call of Duty and its progression system as a $60 title on a yearly basis, but if you have a similar progression system in anything below $60, people say it should be free. What? I was reading the RPS.
Eventually, Gotham was a free-to-play game.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it never recovered. It never got the interest it needed to continue. The leadership that made that game left the company, and WB Games abandoned the title in order to focus on their new franchise, Shadow of Mordor.
I mean,
Good
Shadow
call.
of Mordor.
Shadow of
developed
Mordor
new
is fun.
technology. I mean, yeah, eventually
That
you
was a
gotta
fun game.
Let the
I played that
non-winners go, right? But it is interesting to hear the lessons she learned, and my hope would be that the rest of the industry learns from her mistakes. Or her
Shipping
studio's
a game,
mistakes.
any game, is really hard. So I give Firewalk Studios a lot of credit for shipping it all. They should be proud of having gotten it out the door.
Yeah, I agree with that. I look, I've heard a lot of hate for Concord. I've given it a lot of hate. There were cool things in the game, right? There's stuff that they could hang their hat on and be proud of. Like, I think the animation was good, even though the character models weren't that interesting. Like, the flaws were like storytelling, character design, overall gameplay structure, right? But there are facets within all of that that you can take positivity away from, I do think. And the fact that they ever got it out the door is impressive, even after it was 6 years. I just hope this is a big learning lesson for them.
You know, it's bad when like random members of the public who are not in the game dev industry are like trying to teach game developers how to make games.
And do focus testing for the love of everything. Do focus testing.
Personally,
you get
am not
these
happy to see
content
them fail.
creators.
I find the situation
You get these content creators who aren't game developers, and like they're like telling people, like when I say people, I mean like veteran game developers, 10, 20 years in the industry, like how to make their game better. When people are doing that, you know things are bad.
sad because from my perspective, it could have been different. I felt the same way about Vanguard when it failed. Sigil and I didn't see eye to eye on a lot of things, and I had hoped that when they moved back to Sony, a culture they were familiar with, they would fix the game and ship something wonderful. But
Yeah, you know, she said it's sad. It's sad that this game came out and, you know, flopped on its face. I think a big reason why I have issue with Concord is because there's a wealth of talent at that company. They made Destiny. There is something to the bones of the game, but like it didn't come together in a way that could have been impactful, or it just didn't work. It did not work. What they released didn't work, but it could have if they had been if they had been willing to listen and adjust, right? I think that is the problem. And I've said, Alex, just say real quick for Concord, I've said publicly that I did not agree with that review. Travis is a good friend of mine. I don't think it was a 7, period.
sadly, that didn't happen. Much about the games industry has changed over the years, but making successful games still requires building a team and a culture where feedback is heard and acted upon.
Yeah.
Now you don't need a team anymore. You just download some AI. You
Every
download some
problem in the
AI.
game is known by someone on the team.
Diamond
or the
hands
customer.
for AI.
Yeah. I mean,
All
she's
hands
right.
on.
You think nobody at the company knew
holder for
that?
AI.
Like, I've heard from developers who are like, yeah, we read
AI
the review. We've heard it
stonks
all
up.
internally before. like either the customer's going to know, like they knew loud and clear after that first
Big
trailer.
set for AI.
And if you can surface those issues and act upon them, then you're going to make a better game.
Yes.
It's really that simple. Culture matters.
Yeah, she's right. I mean, that's the whole video. Laura Fryer is it's just really wonderful that she makes these videos. She doesn't put them out that often. I'm going to link to it in chat really quick. But long story short, culture will lead to not great video games at the end of the day. And I do think it is something that I hope more studios look at. Wow, that video did really well for her. It did 136,000 views. That's probably one of her biggest videos. She just released it like the other day. Her channel's not, she doesn't have a ton of subs.
Man,
but
I
the
should put out a
Concord
video
one
about
really got picked up
Concord.
by the
Like,
algo. Thank you so much for watching.
get some more
everybody. If you
followers.
like my
Maybe you can
content,
finally
hit that
hit the.
subscribe button, hit that bell. I really do appreciate you watching so much.
Maybe
Thank you so
finally
much to
get
all of the members.
get past the
The
1K
memberships
mark
just keep growing. It's been
of
absolutely crazy. If you
subscribers.
like the content that I produce, please consider becoming a member. It just supports the channel and
It's
it helps it grow.
I'm never gonna get 1K. My subs went down from it keeps hovering between like 992 to 995. I keep gaining and losing like one sub, like a couple of subs. We're never gonna hit that 1K mark at this rate.
Click that join button right down there. I really do appreciate you. If you want to see my take about why the PlayStation 5 Pro reveal failed, it is right here. I do appreciate everybody for watching. I'm going to get out of here. I'll see you for the next one. Bye for now, everybody.
Bye, Destin. What's this? Titus Talks Episode 1. So we get the voice actor. Seems a bit loud, right? Voice actor. I saw this on the Steam page for Warhammer. Let's see if it's any fun.
In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war.
Hi, I'm Clive Standen, and I play Lieutenant Titus in Warhammer 40,000 Space Marine 2.
Now you may have heard a little about Warhammer 40,000, or 40k to its friends.
When is Henry Cavill going to are we ever gonna see Henry in this game?
It's an incredibly rich
Like his
setting
likeness.
with millions of fans all over the
Play as
world
Henry
and a
Cavill.
lore built through dozens of games and thousands of stories across decades. Now, if you're
Voiced
new
by
to this
Henry
strange
Cavill.
and deadly galaxy, let me run you through a crash course of this huge universe. The Warhammer 40,000 setting is vast, with a capital V. 1 million worlds
vast.
exist, spread across the breadth of the entire galaxy. Each has a story of its own, a story of doom, or glory. And the forces that supposedly defend them are spread thin due to constant attacks from the most horrific foes that you can imagine. This is not an age of optimistic exploration.
No optimistic.
Oh no. This is a new dark age, where aliens come from the depths of the universe,
So
to the
smiling.
strongholds of mankind. Atop his
Only
golden
flexing
throne
aloud.
on ancient terror is the Emperor himself, the unmoving, unspeaking psychic and spiritual figurehead of the Imperium. Now, what does he think about the state of all of this?
Our God,
Well,
our Lord,
nobody knows,
our Savior.
because he was
Donald
mortally
J.
wounded
Trump. No way.
10,000 years ago by his treacherous son/experiment, and hasn't been very talkative ever since. Life here is bleak. It's a real bad time for humanity.
Oh shit.
And lucky for us, all of this makes a great place to set games. Against this hostile galaxy, mankind has forged warriors of steel and purpose. Among the greatest of these are the
Steel.
space
Why not
marines.
titanium?
Towering, genetically enhanced, power-armored killing machines. Sounds fun, right? They are unstoppable crusaders, dealing death with rocket-propelled shells from rapid-fire guns and chainsaws fashioned into swords. Both can take opponents apart in one incredibly satisfying mess. For 100 centuries, the Space Marines have defended mankind's fragile Imperium. But we'll learn more about them and our hero Titus. That's me. In our next video.
Dang. Like those lore YouTubers have to watch out. It sounds like they're taking over the lore industry by themselves. Alright, I'm gonna shut up now. I don't have anything else to watch. Or maybe I'll look for something. Anyways, I'm tired of talking. Bye.
In the now grim, but somehow still glorious expanse of the Imperial Palace, in its deepest depths, the custodians dwell amid corridors echoing with the weight of millennia's worth of history. Their realm is that of the Sanctum Imperialis, a bastion shrouded in shadows of gold and the ancient defences of thousands of years of reconstruction. A fortress where the remnants of humanity's glory are shielded from the encroaching darkness. Within the solemn confines of the throne room, the custodians maintain their ceaseless watch, their vigilant gazes fixed upon the golden throne and the enigmatic figure who continues to occupy. But to describe them as mere guardians does not do justice to the silent sentinels of the Emperor's legacy, his silent enforcers in a world consumed by decay. Throughout the galaxy, humanity's existence is a life of suffocating authoritarian rule and mass cultural and general ignorance. Some worlds do not even believe in the existence of Xenos, simply due to the fact they have never seen any evidence of them. And this is something that is continually repeated to us throughout the crime series set within Varan Gantua upon the world of Alecto. Now, the Emperor's Astartes are another example of something few humans will ever lay eyes upon, and their extremely small numbers set against the scale of the galaxy means that for the vast majority of humans, the Space Marines are something that they will only hear about through Imperial propaganda and never actually bear witness to, save for those who enlist in the Imperial Guard and may see the privilege of witnessing the Sons of the Emperor wage war across the war zones of the galaxy. But the point is, for many more members of the Imperial citizenry, there are figures who we may be very familiar with, the Custodes, the Astartes, Inquisitors. For ordinary humanity, many of these figures are entirely mythological. They are spoken about in stories, tales, fables told by preachers, but undoubtedly many will have doubts as to the real, true existence of such things. So above the Astartes, there are these figures who exist who many will probably not hear about, and even if they do, will not necessarily believe they exist. The Custodes are spoken of perhaps in the context of the Emperor, but you also have the Grey Knights who few, if any, really know of their existence. They're so rare and elite that even among the privileged members of the Imperial forces, they're extraordinarily rare to encounter. Whereas the Adeptus Custodes are the companions, the guardians of the Emperor himself. It's a role that has always transcended military duty, and for those clad in the golden auramite, it is an all-consuming embodiment of duty coded into their core. The Custodes emerged at the crucible of the Emperor's vision for humanity's new era of dominance among the stars. They began to appear at the end of unification, and in the early days of the Great Crusade, their primary purpose was twofold: to serve as the Emperor's most trusted bodyguards and to safeguard the sanctity of Terra, the cradle of humanity, the seat of imperial power. Additionally though, the Custodes acted as those whom the Emperor could speak and discuss directly with, something he had little opportunity to do with many ordinary individuals. And although others have been produced later, the original Custodes are said to have each been worked upon and overseen by the Emperor himself. During the Great Crusade, the Custodians were entrusted with delivering important messages or artifacts on behalf of the Emperor, and that is a duty they continue to fulfill today, speaking with the authority of the Master of Mankind. Some among the Custodians claim to sense his guidance during meditations, and they interpret his will to their other comrades without necessarily attributing this to divine intervention. These Custodians, known as Emissaries Imperatus, form groups to discuss and meditate upon the Emperor's guidance, acting upon its directives throughout the Imperium. It is also said that, like the Primarchs, each Custodes is created using the gene stock of the Emperor himself, no matter how minuscule that is. And through this, the Custodians were then sculpted into these paragons of martial prowess and unwavering loyalty. This can often be seen as giving the Custodes a lack of free will. Some even consider them robotic. For while the Astartes appear to retain their independence, as is seen in the Traitors, it has always traditionally been considered near to impossible for Custodes to consciously turn upon one another, as it's genetically coded into their very being to remain loyal to the end. However, being twisted and manipulated by the forces in the darkest corners of the galaxy can always upend such grounded physical restrictions. Essentially though, each custodian is a pinnacle of human potential, enhanced both physically and mentally to heights beyond the reach of ordinary humans. As was the Emperor, they are clad in auramite, the golden armour, which is not purely for aesthetic qualities. For auramite is a substance stronger and lighter than any other alloy and is said to be near quantum inert, making it an effective material for the use of psychic abilities, but also the manipulation of warp energy, which is why the Emperor chose this for his own armour, but it was also designed for the custodians who would surround him. While the Astartes are deployed to wage wars across the galaxy, a custodian's duties extend beyond combat, encompassing intelligence, diplomacy, surgical strike missions, not to mention the eternal watch over the Golden Throne and the Emperor, where they have largely remained since the close of the heresy. Throughout the 10,000 years since those dark days, the custodians have maintained their vigil of guardianship that they would not break from until such time as the Great Rift tore through the galaxy and see the return of the 13th Primarch. The casting of entire sectors of the galaxy into darkness caused the Custodes to realise that while they must always maintain the vigil over the Emperor, they also needed to step out into the galaxy, and so have been more proactive during the era Indomitus. Yet for all their martial prowess and unwavering dedication, the Custodians are not without their vulnerabilities, and wherever a brother of the Custodes falls, their loss is keenly felt, not only for the irreplaceable warrior it represents, but for the breach it signifies in the Imperium's defences. As the Imperium ever stands staring into the abyss that beckons its collapse, beset on all sides by enemies without and within, the burden upon the Custodians in defending the Emperor of all mankind and the throne world of terror grows ever heavier. And despite 10,000 years having passed, just as it does upon some of the oldest Astartes chapters, the shadow of the Horus Heresy is cast long over the Custodians. They can never escape their failure to prevent the greatest betrayal in Imperial history and the devastating consequences that resulted. They are forever scarred by the memory of their failure to protect the Emperor from his own sons at a level that is far deeper and more fundamental than any others could possibly understand. Still, the Custodes remain ever vigilant against the spectre of this kind of treachery, and finally now in the increasingly unstable era of M41, they find themselves thrust once more into the forefront of the Imperium's defense. The emergence of new and ever more pervasive threats, ancient enemies, and the division caused by the Cicatrix Maledictum makes their part in defending humanity never more vital. And now, as they begin to step out beyond the hallowed ground of the ancient homeworld, and despite their numbers being few, their resolve is unyielding. For they are the Adeptus Custodes, gene-crafted by methodology unknown to any outside of the most advanced and heavily protected gene rights upon Terra, their endless task coded into their very DNA. Consequently, it is not merely by his will alone they act, they are compelled to defend humanity to their last dying breath. The ancient origins of the Adeptus Custodes remain unsurprisingly shrouded in mystery. Historical accounts hint at their existence dating back to even before the period of unification. In M41, the process to recover and reconstruct the history of the Imperium continues in the Era Indomitus, with fragments of the vast galactic history of humanity being continually sought and retrieved by the Ultramarines Primarch and Lord Commander of the Imperium, Roboute Guilliman, to which his historiators have found ever more numerous mentions of the Emperor accompanied by these towering warriors adorned in gold. Now, of course, Guilliman himself will well remember this, but such details may seem not readily apparent to us or to any members of the Imperium in M41. It's a reminder that within the Imperium itself, it is ever true that a dense fog of obfuscation surrounds not just the period known as the Dark Age of Technology, but indeed around the bulk of human history since M30. Even major events such as the Heresy itself have become, in the 10,000 years since it concluded, little more than myth, with few other than the most privileged and advanced researchers of the Adeptus Terra able to have any real comprehension of what took place in those times. The Emperor was believed to have inherited a vast knowledge of gene forging from the era known as Old Night, and undoubtedly other periods earlier in human history. This he utilized along with accumulated genetomantic lore, which was one of his adjacent goals during the Unification Wars, to then proceed and recruit and secure any and all remaining scientists of value, and specifically those capable of understanding highly advanced genetic work in the aftermath of the complete collapse of human civilization during Old Night, the Age of Strife. Using this wealth of knowledge, paired with his own unimaginably advanced intellect, he was able to create the first transhuman masterworks, the Custodes. Although largely unmentioned, it seems almost inevitable that Malcador and whatever existed of his Sigillite order would have contributed additional benefits towards this great project, including, of course, the Primarchs and the Astartes that would follow. However, any such truths will likely remain for all time unknowable, the lost details of such matters hidden beyond the reach of modern scholars, data cores that are broken or lost to time. Accounts of the Custodians' role during the Heresy are similarly obscure. Scant records detail their actions from the perspective of those in M41, with even figures such as Constantine Valdor, the first leader of the Custodes, only really speculated to in how they played a pivotal role. Of course, we know differently, but Imperial legend suggests that their involvement in conflicts such as Prospero and the Imperial Palace, but separating myth from reality is a very daunting task 10,000 years after the fact. Even the Primarchs were clear on the separation between the Custodes and themselves, the Astartes. Rogel Dawn described the Custodes as a breed apart, born of a different tradition and different technologies, products of a different age. Though their aims and loyalties would mesh with those of Dawn, the warriors of the Legio Custodes are a different lineage entirely. They are and were the last and greatest warriors of their time, the martial pinnacle of the unification era, eclipsed now by the epoch of the Primarchs and their gene sons. But following the heresy, the Custodians underwent profound changes. They were devastated by their failure to protect the Emperor during his duel with Horus, quite literally in terms of their numbers, and many Custodians remained within the Imperial Palace, as it was entirely necessary. They still feared there could be further reprisals against the Emperor, even though really the forces of chaos had been shattered. The Custodians remained cloaked in mourning and haunted by their shame. Their duty to the Golden Throne now became paramount. It was an enduring reminder of their past and a solemn vow for the future. But replenishment of their number was, of course, critical. Recruitment into the ranks of the Custodians, though, is a process so complex that it very much mirrors their nature. To be successful as a Custodes aspirant requires more than is seen in the Space Marines, a strong foundation of unbreakable human material, for they who will become vessels of the essence of the Emperor himself. Each Custodes carries an aura of the Master of Mankind surrounding them. This itself is often enough to command respect and awe from all devout warriors, as they embody what are comparable by some to the Primarchs, and for the Custodes, a brotherhood of demigods designed for the ultimate war, a war which one could make the case they failed in the ultimate test. But in terms of their creation, to describe those who would become Custodes in the same terms as Astartes is not really an objective comparison. Prospective Custodians begin their journey as infant sons born of the noble houses of Terra, which is a testament to the prestige associated with their calling. They will be taken in infancy and undergo extensive testing. If deemed acceptable, they may undergo further genetic metamorphosis, with earlier initiation increasing the likelihood of success. But Custodes applicants are taken at such an incredibly young age, to compare them to the process Astartes go with is not really comparable. When infants are put forth in the process to become a Custodes, the grand spectacle of their induction is a great affair. It's often witnessed by vast crowds, which underscores the reverence bestowed upon them by Terra's high society, and reasonably so, as they will either potentially meet an early demise or functional immortality. The intricacies of their creation process, though, remain veiled, known only to the select few within the Imperial hierarchy, and this is conducted within secluded, gilded laboratories on Terra. The transformation into a Custodian is orchestrated by skilled chirurgeons and bioalchemists. The whole process is an extremely clandestine affair and occurs beyond the scrutiny of even the highest officers of Terra. Likely the laboratories and theatres in which Custodes are produced may be unrecognisable to any from the era of M41, for these are likely pristine locations that look more reminiscent of the Golden Age than of the Age of the Imperium. But despite their extended lifespans, the Custodians have never exceeded approximately 10,000 warriors, and that is often attributed to a stringent selection process. For each worthy aspirant, thousands will be deemed inadequate. But unlike the transformation of Space Marines, which takes place through a comparatively unsophisticated gene seed implantation, the process of becoming a Custodian occurs at a more mystically profound level. It potentially is touching upon the aspirant's very soul, quite literally. And this is no artistic exaggeration. Much of the technology that originates from the Dark Age of technology is so advanced that none can fathom truly how it is possible. And as the old adage goes, anything sufficiently advanced is indistinguishable from magic. And this is very much an accurate description of the process used to create the Custodes, unlikely the Primarchs for that matter, because becoming a Custodian transcends the physical and spiritual realms. But before I'm dragged away to be burned as a heretic, I will move on. Ultimately, should they be successful in this profound journey of body and soul upon ascension into the ranks of the Custodes, the gene-enhanced aspirant is bestowed with a blade known as a Misericordia. These have great significance, for while they may appear ornamental, its micromolecular dissonator spirit imbues it with the capacity to cut through near anything. It is far more than a mere weapon, as its origins trace back to the darkest epochs of Terran's tyranny, where warlords ruled with sheer force. These oppressors wielded blades of the same title, and they were the symbols of their despotic reign. With the advent of the Emperor's Wars of Unification, the Custodians reclaimed the term, transforming it into a symbol of justice and righteous judgment. No longer would the Misericordia represent tyranny. Instead, it became the instrument of the Emperor's will, empowering its bearer to mete out judgment upon those who defied his rule. In the aftermath of the Emperor's fall, the Misericordia took on additional significance. It became a tool of vengeance against those who betrayed the Emperor. With each strike against a traitor's heart, it is said that a minuscule measure of revenge is exacted on behalf of the Emperor himself. Thus, while Custodians retain the discretion to carry their blade or not, it is a rare sight indeed to see them face the hated heretic Astartes without them at the ready. In the years since the heresy, the Custodes remained burdened by this weight of eternal shame that they had carried since that day. In the black cloaks that they draped themselves solemnly in, this embodied the suffocating darkness that engulfed their once proud order. And in the restructuring of the Imperium that followed, its strength waned. The Astartes splintered now, divided into smaller chapters, and while the Custodes very slowly recovered their numbers, they remained focused upon the Emperor on his eternal golden throne. As the Imperium reached the 41st millennium, after many millennia of mourning, they shed these black cloaks, seeking redemption in the crucible of battle, desperate to cleanse their tarnished honour with bloodshed as the dying Emperor's light flickered. Now, in the era Indomitus, with chaos swelling throughout the galaxy, the Custodes are consumed by a zealous defence now turned aggression, vowing to annihilate any threat to Terra's sanctity, foremost among them the abyssal legions of chaos. Behind the colossal doors of the Sanctum Imperialis, many whispered covert operations are planned and executed. While it may have seemed otherwise to those ignorant to their ever-present ability, the Custodians were far from idle. They waged wars unseen, refined defences against all conceivable threats, and crushed deluded crusades of human despots who imagined themselves to claim the throne of terror. Worth to remember that throughout the history of the Imperium, and despite the many threats of the Xenos throughout the galaxy, one of humanity's biggest enemies is, of course, itself. So when Guilliman miraculously emerged from what many had assumed was a certain death only in an eternal stasis, he returned through controversial sacrificial rites and ancient machinations. His resurrection promised a new era of hope and an ascension for the Imperium. But when traitor legions besieged the Imperial Palace during the Heresy's climax, Guilliman and his Ultramarines, too far to defend their father's realm, so it was perhaps fate that ensured the Primarch and the 13th held a common shame that the Custodes and themselves could relate to build a newfound strength together upon. Guilliman vowed that all must avoid repeating these past errors, and as the Ultramarines quotation states, our presence remakes the past. Witnessing the encroaching shadows swallowing the Imperium, he would embark upon a desperate crusade, navigating twisted, blood-soaked paths that led him to Terra itself. Welcomed with ceremonious pomp, Guilliman was granted audience with the Emperor, now reinstated as Lord Commander and Imperial Regent by Terra's High Lords. But no one knows what Guilliman saw or spoke during this audience with the Emperor. Outwardly, he was as composed as ever, but his spirit seemed broken at the sight of his father's desolation. In the period after this consultation, Guilliman saw the depths of decay that had festered and consumed the Imperium in his absence. He swiftly dismantled bureaucratic barriers that were suffocating and strangling the Imperium's defences against the encroaching enemies who were numerous and everywhere. Amidst these reforms, the Sol system was ravaged by the echoing tempests of the Great Rift, and Terra endured an empiric onslaught, the likes of which had rarely been seen. Such was the shockwaves caused, it temporarily extinguished the light of the Astronomicon during what became known as the Noctis Aeternae, and wrought havoc and misery from the planet's highest spires to its deepest crypts. The Custodes grappled with riots, cult insurrections, and the deranged frenzies of desperate souls driven to madness and worse. Beneath the Imperial Palace's shadows, wardens confronted newly unleashed horrors as ancient weakened sigils crumbled, unleashing timeless nightmares of the Immaterium. Yet, as is ever true of the darkness in the far future, new horrors awaited. Seeking to sever the Imperium's head, hordes of cornate demons breached reality's skin, assaulting the Lion's Gate in what became recorded by Imperial scholars as the Second Battle of Terror. The crimson tide of howling demonic fiends ploughed towards the Emperor's sanctum like an unstoppable tsunami of warp energy. The only thing that could stop this was a desperate defense led by Guilliman and Captain General Trajan Valoris, in scenes that were reminiscent of the final stand made during the war in the Webway so long ago. The Golden Warriors of Valoris, clad in their Auramite, clashed with Khorne minions in a display of brutal close combat not seen since the horrors unleashed during the Siege of Terror. Through a significant sacrifice and raging fury of duty, the Imperials prevailed, crushing the demonic onslaught, but at a steep toll in losses. While in many ways this battle was just a painful but very standard engagement against the forces of darkness, the Battle of Lionsgate laid bare a grim reality. Terra's defences had once again crumbled under the relentless assault of the Dark Gods. And so this would see Valoris and Guilliman decree a drastic amendment to the Custodes' role. To stand here and wait for the enemy was no longer a path that suited any. In the new era for the Imperium, while the Imperial Palace would always remain guarded, Custodes extended their reach beyond the stars, guided by auguries and the eyes of the Emperor, who expend every molecule of their remaining energy in hunting down and exterminating.
This art, by the way, is so cool. Let me go show you guys. So I have like, this is actually like the Zethras character that I made is kind of inspired by the Adeptus Custodes. Yeah, super awesome stuff.
All threats to Terra's security and sanctity, shield companies would disperse across the galaxy, from the fringes of the Imperium Nihilus to the warp-ravaged corridors leading to Terra itself, all vowing to safeguard their sacred charge. Some joined Guilliman's Indomitus Crusade, ferrying Primaris reinforcements to beleaguered chapters, while others garrisoned the Sol System's outer defences. Yet amidst their cosmic vigil, the Custodes waged shadow wars against hidden enemies, and their very presence echoed the zenith days of the Great Crusades once more. For millennia, the Adeptus Custodes have maintained their vigilant watch over the sanctified precincts of the Golden Throne. In this time, not a solitary foe breached the hallowed confines of the Sanctum Imperialis. This mantle of responsibility weighs heavy for those who stand upon the sacred soil of Terra. They are the ultimate sentinels, not merely observant over the grand portals leading to the Emperor's chamber, but also across the vast expanse of the Imperial Palace, a continent-spanning realm where uncalculable billions traverse its labyrinthine sprawl. Over 10,000 years, what remained of the palace in the aftermath of the heresy now encompasses an innumerable quantity of bastions, cathedrals, arsenals, dungeons, habdomes, tribunals, repositories, laboratories, and more than can be reasonably listed. Suffice to say, this is a formidable expanse to safeguard indeed. And so it falls upon the Adeptus Custodes alone to determine who merits an audience with the God Emperor. Unsurprisingly, it is a privilege rarely, if ever, accommodated. They oversee the massed throngs of supplicants and petitioners that swarm through the palace corridors. They continue to stand as unmovable, ever-vigilant statues, scanning and assessing for any marks, signs, hints of Xenos contamination, or those with otherwise heretical inclination, who might seek to attempt an inevitably pitiable assault upon its formidable defences. They also preside over the grim ritual of sustaining the Emperor and the Astronomicon, wherein thousands of Psykers relinquish their life essence daily, one of the more disturbing and by some measures questionable practices that occur within the walls of Terra. But the less said about the Guild of Navigators' quarters, the better. The Custodes will stand guard over all of the most critical avenues and corners of the Imperial domain, even down into its deepest recesses within the Imperial Palace. Custodians here keep vigil over long-forgotten, immense vaults that have been sealed for longer than they have existed, where ancient enigmas from the unmentionable dark age of technology continue to exist, sealed forever unless authorized by the Emperor himself something which seems unlikely to happen anytime soon. They will dispatch vigilant shield companies to continually survey the defences of the Sol system, purging any potential threat to the sanctity of Holy Terra, no matter how negligible. They will engage in continuous blood games, which subject themselves to full live trials of invasions and assassinations, thus honing their defences to ever greater levels of resilience. And these can often result in terminal sanctions of Imperial servants and officers at any level of authority. For those who do not meet the standards expected of them in fulfilling their duties to Terra, can expect immediate judgment and be sent for permanent servitor conversion to better serve the Imperium than they did in their own life. Custodes regard the transient mortals who bustle at their feet with a cold indifference and maintain a wary distance from even the most devout Space Marines, mindful that past fallibility could recur at almost any time. This is the discipline that they are forced to endure, and this extends even among their own, for the Custodians allow no respite when it comes to personal introspection. Their Captain General, while not a member of, has in the past advised or interjected with the authority of the High Lords of Terra in an advisory role, yet also wielding the full authority of the Lex Ultima. Whenever the Custodes have sought to exert this authority bound solely to the Emperor's sovereignty, few would dare to speak against them, for they marshal the defences of Terra Eternal. As for the actual structure of the 10,000, it can appear simplistic or unnecessarily complex from different human perspectives. When choosing to disclose their organisation to other Imperial bodies, their hierarchy can appear intricate and stratified, yet much of this is steeped in traditional deliberate obfuscation. In reality, the Adeptus Custodes employ a resilient yet entirely straightforward system to manage their forces. In many respects, it is among the simplest of designs throughout the Imperium. But as with all aspects of the Custodians, the intricacies of their framework, their deployment and governance are veiled in secrecy, as befits such an institution dedicated to supreme security. Outside of its ranks, even those operating in close proximity to the Senatorium Imperialis and the highest echelons of the Divisio Militaris can only grasp superficial understandings of the Custodes' workings. What can be discerned externally is that the Custodes stand again apart from other branches such as the Astra Militarum or the Astartes. And this divergence is very fitting, because for the Custodes, like the other elements of the talons of the Emperor, they're best described really as a paramilitary rather than a conventional strategic force, which might seem strange and not particularly fitting, but it is primarily due to the fact that the Custodes are not designed for waging nor winning wars of vast scale and attrition. These are matters for the Imperial Guard. The Custodes are constrained by duties of strategic defense, protection, enforcement, and surgical strikes. So it is by design that each Custodes wields unparalleled authority over virtually any other organization in the Imperium. No agent can command a Custodian, even esteemed figures like the High Lords of Terra, and although it has at times been the subject of some debate, it's largely considered true that even Lord Commander Guilliman may only request their aid, never compel it. Again though, this is an actual discrepancy in references, so it remains debatable on which side you want to come down on in that argument. In the relentless warfare of the Indomitus era, the Custodes remain as timeless as the stone of the Imperial Palace, just as it is inscrutable to any outsiders. Each Custodes lays claim to a given name, often drawn from ancient Terra's tapestry of kings, tyrants, gods and legends. And whether this signifies humour or deliberate irony on the part of the Emperor, given the Custodian's role, remains a matter best left unexplored. The true names they once bore are likely erased by the process of their creation, but legend holds that each Custodian accrues a long list of additional names and titles bestowed by the Emperor over centuries for their deeds, history and character. And while they are often seen as unmovable objects, statuesque sentinels, or terrifying destroyers when they unleash their wrath upon the enemies of humanity, each Custodian Guard is a harbinger of destruction. Precision strikes, incomparable combat prowess, leaving a trail of enemy corpses in their wake. Every Custodes is capable of killing enemies many times their own number, and it's very often questionable just what it would take to kill an individual Custodes. Side note, this is one of those things which is somewhat inconsistent within the lore. But technically speaking, it should take a massive amount of firepower and force to bring down a Custodes, for they stand as equals to very few, even when stacked against the elite warriors of the Astartes and the legions of enemies faced by humanity. But returning to their composition, unlike conventional forces, Custodian squads lack what will be considered standard formal membership. That is, in the sense that they do not belong to, say, a regiment, a squad, a chapter. They do, of course, have their own specific roles which they can be a part of and adhere to, which we will come to, but in terms of just those around them, they can be quite fluid, and this allows the Custodes to move freely between organisational units before each new campaign or battle as they deem necessary. This is because each member of the Custodian Guard is an entirely perfect killing machine. None among their number would question or expect anything other than unmatched expertise, and so they are able to support one another seamlessly in any operations. Their fighting styles are entirely individualistic, but they are able to apply themselves to almost any situation when armed with their iconic Guardian spears, sentinel blades and storm shields. A Custodian wields weapons of immense ancient power, and most are capable of cleaving through any foe with ease while weathering the most devastating attacks. They can also call upon their ancient dreadnought constructs and land raider battle tanks to carry them to war, bringing a terrifying combination of demigod-like warriors and Imperial war engines of a classification and quality generally unseen in M41. Custodian Wardens are recognised by their ceremonial robes and are veterans who have served for many centuries. They wield heavy-bladed Castellan axes with deadly precision. Alaris Custodians are clad in Terminator plates specific to the Custodes. These individuals are handpicked for their aggressive nature, and all will relish the chance to plunge deep into the deadliest battles with an almost immortal, senseless, raging fury. This rampant desire to slaughter is only leashed by their own willpower, lest they be compared more like the heretics of the 12th Legion. When deployed, Alaris will scatter enemy lines, eliminating key targets near instantaneously and sowing irrevocable chaos before the full might of the Adeptus Custodes descends upon their foes. The approach of the Alaris is a victory secured through, some might say, a beautiful balance of martial skill and strategy, but instead one of relentless unstoppable aggression paired with surgical precision. At the very helm of the Custodian Guard stands the Captain General, commander of the 10,000, and they stand directly under the Emperor's oversight. This will always be a singularly esteemed officer in the ranks of Imperial history and the creative accomplishments of genetic technology by Imperial gene rights. Beneath the Captain General stand tribunes composed of 10 seasoned custodians to form a council of war and imperial policy, and they would advise the Captain General. In ages past, they would hold the rare privilege of even counselling the Emperor himself when needed. When in conference with the Captain General, they will discuss matters of palace security, the Emperor's safety, and such a role is obviously reserved for the elite few. Membership in this council demands a custodian to have earned 10 names and led victorious battles on at least 3 occasions. Further down the hierarchy are the custodian prefects and shield captains. The former was bestowed as a mark of favour by the Emperor to denote veteran custodians, while the latter indicated active field commanders overseeing specific Custodes deployments. And each will serve as inspirational leaders with vastly strategic minds. They are fearless champions, each bearing titles which align to their assigned duties. And the Adeptus Custodes, while technically a department of the Adeptus Terra, continue to solely answer to the Emperor and their own internal leaders, which really is very comparable to the Inquisition. Generally, they will reside in what is known as the Tower of Hegemon, which is anchored within the Imperial Palace. This is where most Custodes would reside, but the Emperor's personal guard, his companions, will always remain steadfastly by his side. While the Custodes, as we said, suffered substantial losses during the heresy, and these dropped as low as 1,000, by the latter period of the 41st millennium, they had restored their ranks to the original strength of 10,000 warriors. But it remains somewhat of an open question as to whether the Custodes that exist in M41 are of the quality and individually designed masterworks of the Emperor, who was said to have overseen each Custodes originally. However, it should probably be noted that in terms of a mortal looking at a Custodes, the differences between the quality of Custodes from those different periods is probably almost impossible to discern. Generally speaking, given their autonomy, the Custodes diverge from the typical hierarchical structure seen in other Imperial armed forces, and in this sense, they have very little need for many different rankings. All Custodians belong to a caste or a chamber determined by their tactical role. As I mentioned earlier, this is enabling them to more closely associate with specific tasks and groups of Custodians that are doing the same thing. The majority of Custodians hold a similar status to one another, and so they form informal warrior bands called sodalities. Within these groups, Custodians assume various strategic roles based on their strengths and their specialties, whether as jetbike troops, formidable assault units, or just wardens. And their status will be determined by the respect and the honour accorded to them by their peers. It's basically a meritocratic system. And that's very reflective of the Custodes' entire approach to their responsibilities and war. But when you get above those smaller groups, you would classify a singular force of Custodes as a shield company. And when a larger force is required, multiple shield companies would gather into what is known as a shield host, and this will be led by a captain commander and conclaves of shield captains, and this will boast tens, sometimes hundreds of Custodians or more. In terms of their specific fighting styles, it can vary greatly, as we said, but with massive repositories of human, cultural, military and political history theirs alone to study, the Custodes learn and practice in the secrets of countless martial arts and subtle disciplines of combat and war. These are termed as katas. Each will have a particular focus, be it marksmanship, close quarter combat technique, esoteric disciplines, and so on. And each can require many centuries of study and practice for a Custodian to master. Some Custodes are dedicated to one kata, while others seek a broader training across many different disciplines. The highest rank in the Custodes, as we said earlier, is the Captain General, and that is akin to a chapter master of the Astartes, but with much greater autonomy. The Custodian Guard generally organises itself based around respect rather than blind loyalty, with leaders earning command through admiration of others. And it might be a little bit heretical to say this, but that doesn't feel entirely unlike the Orc methodology to me. So those are the more standardised descriptions for groups of Custodes, whether they're deploying on specific missions or in war. But as noted, they also will organise themselves into what are castes or chambers. And I could have dived a little deeper into this, but ultimately it's just their assigned role that they fulfill and other Custodes doing the same thing. For example, what are described as the Hykanatoi are the core of the Custodian Guard. These are really the iconic golden armoured warriors, wielding their spears, serving as the Emperor's protectors, and their ranks include the Sentinel Guard, Custodian Guard, and the elite Heteron Guard. By contrast to this, you have what are known as the Tharanatoi. These are...
Okay, hold on. I need to go make my Warhammer dudes, my Space Marines look like the Adeptus Custodes. Let's go save this and then we'll hop back in. But this is super important that I do this right now. Let's see. So we need a lot of gold and we need a lot of red. And like bird symbols. Probably like the closest I can get to an Adeptus Custodes is probably the dude with the shield, because he has the bird helmet. Other than that, I'll just have to like replicate their colors. How do I make like it more... I need like a really metallic gold, but I don't know if they have that. All I've seen is like yellow and like oranges. When are you leaving? 11? You want to have breakfast before then? Oh, okay. Click, 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 click. Sorry, excuse me. Loading resources. Loading game logic. How to make it look more like Adeptus Custodes. Let's go look. Let's go see what we do here. Alright, edit armor. Start these chapters. Ooh. Imperial Fists. Averland Sunset. You see, this is like, it's not like gold enough. There's no like metallic colors. It's all pastel. Okay, well, let's go see if there's any like actual gold. Starting with the helmet. I think maybe Zemisi Desert. Averland Sunset. I think that's like the most gold color, but like it's not metallic. It's like clay. Here we go. Here's some metallic. These are like. This looks more metallic. Oh, like you can actually see how metallic it is. Like if you like zoom in real life. So this one's metallic. It's not like gold metallic. This might be like the closest. Iron Warriors. What else? Like this is really metallic, but it's not the right color. It's like copper. This is like a light gold, but it's metallic. This is not metallic at all, but it's the right color. Man, I really hope they release more colors. Around, see if there's. Sometimes the shader doesn't match the color. Red. Man, is that really like the closest I can get? Iron Warriors. How do we buy this? We'll go try. It's gonna... I don't know if I have enough. What is this color? Well, we're gonna unlock everything anyway, so... doesn't matter. Okay, got that. Let's go see. How we can go about doing this. Iron Warriors. Oh, actually it does kind of look like Adeptus Custodes already. But we need more like eagle imagery. The helmet. This isn't a armor sets. Is there anything like eagle kinda? Eagle-like? I guess like brazen consoles would be kind of the closest, or I guess lieutenant maybe. Yeah, I did want to get this. That's actually pretty damn cool already. Like I think this works better than the white. Maybe we can give it some more bronze. What else did I get here? Oh, okay. Brown. Nice. this. Maybe we can turn this to Liberator Gold. Whoa. Yeah, maybe get some more gold in here. Liberator Gold or Gold Orange? Orange might actually... Neither of these are like that great. I guess this one's better. This one has... the saturation's too high on this. We need a less saturated gold. Maybe like Zamisi Desert or something. I don't have the money to buy it, but... what else? Fists? Maybe a golden fist? Actually, you know, this is good. I think this is good. You stop fiddling with it. Maybe this should be white though. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, you know what? You can actually have two colors here. This could be, this, well, not that. Or maybe, what if we have a golden leg? Nah. Let's go back to black. Where was, yeah, this could be red, and then this bit could be gold. Maybe, I don't know about that. Well, this could be gold, and this could be like, wait, what? Oh, these are like dye golds. Actually, you know, this should just be black again. And then this can be white or gold. White or gold. I think white still works better here, just because like the gold I have doesn't match perfectly. No pattern on that. Or maybe red. Maybe I should switch it back to red like it was. Yeah, I guess red. Red is good there. Gives it a nice pop of color. I think that's about as good as it's gonna get, honestly. And then, how do I have all of these? Oh, I have a new emblem. I forgot about that. Yeah, let's go change the emblems around. I can't really see any of the emblems on this thing. How about the back? How do we change the emblem on the back? Oh, we can't. Maybe, what if this is gold? Okay, that works a little bit better, I think. What if this pauldron, where is the pauldrons? Pauldron. There we go. What if this is white instead of black? Ooh. Yeah, there we go. And then feel like I want like the arms to be a different color than just black. Maybe like a lighter color, Ashen gray maybe. Iron Warriors. Nah, this is good. I don't want this guy to be too light colored. He is a sniper after all. This is good. This is good. I'm gonna stop messing with this. I have 2 other characters I have to customize as well. So this is good. Obviously the sigils don't match. There isn't. I don't know if there's actually a Adeptus Astartes, Adeptus Custodius sigil emblem. I doubt there is because these are the Adeptus Astartes, not Adeptus Custodians. But we can kind of sort of cosplay as one if we have the right sigils, emblems. Okay. Astartes. Could change the white to gold. Here we go. This is definitely gonna look a lot nicer. Yep, gold as well. Man, I gotta level this character up so I can get some more gold. Gold everything would probably be best on this guy, almost. Maybe the emblem will be red. Or white. This should probably be white instead. Change the emblem to Raven Guard. We need some red in there. Need a little bit of red. Okay, maybe the pauldron. Maybe this pauldron has to be red. And then maybe the gauntlet can be red as well. Maybe this gauntlet will be black and then the other gauntlet will be gold. This is his shield arm, so it doesn't need to be like of the right material, I guess. Maybe it's kind of, sort of. I don't know. Obviously, this will be gold. Other leg will also be gold. There we go. Getting there. The shield definitely needs to be gold. Maybe one leg should be black. Like he's not fully Adeptus Custodes yet. He's like Adeptus Custodes in training. Okay, this is pretty good. Still need to level him up just so I can get more stuff on him. The heavy. Maybe tactical. Like, man, I really like the Stalker bolt rifle though. I don't know, man. Power sword. I haven't really played this character yet, so I don't know what to expect. Like, is the shield even any good? What does this look like? Like maxed out? Pretty cool. Does it say Gloria Imperator? Emperor's glory? Glory to the Emperor? This is gonna look really good, I can tell already. It's the back attachment. Did I not add it? No, I added it. I just scrolled past it. That's it. We should like make these gold as well. Let's go make the legs like black, I think. Or at least like one of the legs black. It doesn't look good like if both legs are gold. At least not yet. Okay, this is pretty good. I like this setup. Definitely not the Adeptus Custodes yet. Have I ever what? Listened to Talk Tua? Why do you keep asking that? I don't even know what it is. I don't care. It sounds stupid. How do I unlock? Oh. Okay. I thought that was the same thing. No, you have to like buy the other one, which is also weird. This should be something else. Wait, what? What's going on? Okay, I guess I'll just like change it to black or something. Yeah, like the customization is a bit buggy. Alright, it's good enough. Good enough. Yeah, get back to work. Let's see. Change the color of this back to red, I guess. It doesn't look that great though. What if it's just... What if it's like gold instead? And then this one, maybe like clear the color, I guess. Yeah, that looks better, kind of. I don't know. Or like white, I guess. White would be better. Yeah, and then this should be this one is like bugged. The color on this one's kind of bugged. Yeah. I don't know. Okay, I just gotta, well, I was gonna change this back to whatever it was. But I gotta stop doing this. I'm getting sucked back into the game. I gotta get some work done. It's not good. Not good. I get like the... Okay, so the leg here, it needs an emblem. Wait, I can't select it now. What's going on? Eh? It's a bit buggy. Why is it a bit buggy? Oh, I didn't add the head yet. How come I never added the head? Okay. Yeah. I'm done here. I think. Oh wait, actually this cauldron here needs to be white. This one here needs to be white, and then... Yeah, I guess that works. I guess I make one of these legs. Let's go see what it looks like with one of these legs gold. Although both legs black looks pretty good already. Oops, not that. Okay, that works. That looks good. I look less like a Nazi and more more like a Space Marine. Alright, that's all I'm gonna do right now. Let's quit. I'll be right back.
are shock troops equipped with Terminator armor and potent weaponry like Adrathic weapons. The Cataphractoi are masters of speed and mobility. They will operate things like advanced grav vehicles, jet bikes, using swift responses to different threats. The Ephoroi Chamber engage in covert operations, testing defenses, eliminating threats as directed by the Emperor in the past. The Ephoroi Chamber will engage in covert operations, testing out defenses, eliminating threats, sometimes blurring lines with the Officio Assassinorum, although the idea of a Custodes as a stealthy assassin is pretty hilarious. The Moratoi are interred within dreadnoughts, and those represent the honoured dead who continue to serve. The Dankanatoi are formed during the heresy, and they persist as stalwart defenders post-conflict. And then you have one of the more simplistically titled Eyes of the Emperor Chamber. These are a quite important chamber, and they are the retired custodians. Now you might say, well, why are they important if they're retired? Well, despite being immortal, all custodies will tire over time, worn down by the attrition of entropy, and it is inescapable even for the custodies. Eventually, they will consider themselves less than adequate for their role. But when a Custodes considers themselves inadequate for their role any longer, they will openly admit this, because again it goes in line with the Custodes' outlook of respect, introspection, and so on. Most retired Custodes will head out into the galaxy, which is very important because rather than being on Terra, they are now out there being vigilant, observing, and reporting any threats that they see, perceive, or hear about to Terra. They could also intervene, but only when necessary to the safeguard for the Imperium. And a singular Custodes can do a lot out in the galaxy when facing different threats, especially maybe just on human worlds which are destabilizing. And whether operating alone or they may command a network of agents, these individuals will wield fear, respect, reputation, and intellect to enforce compliance. Should they detect any form of danger, they will discreetly inform the Captain General by one means or another, and this could prompt swift and decisive actions by responsive Imperial forces. Even though retired and effectively out of the role of a Custodes on Terra, by any reasonable measure they will still be sharp and resolute. The eyes of the Emperor consider themselves less than is required than do the duty of protecting the Emperor, but they also refuse to idly watch as danger will loom over the throne. So they will engage in clandestine warfare and manage any and all threats until Terra can respond adequately. Some might use initiative, engaging in their own remote operations, even deploying mercenaries and zealots to achieve their objectives, while others would take a very direct approach, leveraging their own personal skills, politics and leadership. Millennia of experience have honed these skills, making them formidable adversaries to any who would dare to challenge the Imperium and the Golden Throne. And then of course there are those infamous companions, but these we will consider in the next section. The Emperor's palace on Terra stands as it did since its creation, sprawling across an ancient mountain range that has stood throughout human history. It is a fortress of unparalleled scale and hardened against all external threats. The Adeptus Custodes, tireless and vigilant, guard this colossal bastion against all threats, a duty they have faithfully discharged for millennia now. But once a marvel of engineering and grandeur during the Great Crusade, the palace of course underwent that dramatic transformation during the heresy, and even after was evolved into a fortress of unparalleled strength. Over the millennia it has grown more bloated and polluted. Its generations of gross indulgence are buried beneath layers of Gothic ornamentation and grim splendour. But despite this arguably grotesque transformation, the Custodes remain steadfast in their defence of the location. It's not their place to decide how to design and maintain the aesthetic of the Imperial Palace. Its outermost walls span many thousands of miles, and while its towering spires pierce the atmosphere like the spine of a continental beast, beneath the surface its sublevels extend deep into Terra's bedrock, housing this labyrinth of chambers, vaults and habitats. But despite its vastness, the Custodes will patrol every inch, guarding the sanctums, the armories, those secret vaults. But with the advent of the Great Rift, the once unthinkable invasion of Terra in the past 10,000 years has now become a reality, one which they already had to face. And the Custodes remain the defenders of the Sol system, so overseeing its formidable fortifications and vigilance against threats is their singular focus. But while the majority of Custodes are there to maintain constant vigilance over patrols, inspections, surveillance of all those pilgrims and travellers to thwart any potential threats to the palace and the Emperor, there is that smaller group of Custodes known as the Companions. And they are this specific caste or chamber of a 300-strong force who form the direct, immediate bodyguard of the Emperor upon his Golden Throne. And these members of the Custodes undergo meticulous selection by the Captain General. And this is because it is not only a massive responsibility, but also incredibly grueling. Each candidate is extensively scrutinized for their performance in training and battle, alongside qualities like mental acuity and spiritual fortitude. Shielding the Emperor holds the highest importance in the Imperium, and transcends considerations of rank or even veteran status. For those not chosen, they certainly will harbour no resentment, for as a Custodes they understand that the weight of the duty in this role and the exacting perfection required in selection is absolutely essential. But to be tasked with this unending vigil is, as I said, an extremely grueling task. For while they may rotate for brief rest periods, their duty remains purgatorial. Stationed around the Golden Throne in unwavering ranks, they stand poised for battle with a level of readiness for any potential threat. And this ceaseless duty exacts a toll even on demigods of the Adeptus Custodes. Only upon the Captain General's judgment will a companion be rotated out, replaced by a fresh recruit, and it is not uncommon for a senior Custodes to recognize the limits of even Custodian's endurance. Astoran Kalos holds the record, enduring a full century of guardianship before relinquishing his post among the silent ranks. Former companions will often transition to the Aquilan Shields, serving as bodyguards to various esteemed figures within the Imperium, and this includes the High Lords of Terror, Guild Masters, Lords Militant. Their role extends their own vow to protect the Emperor by safeguarding vital assets of his Imperium, and this service earns the Custodes' favour among Terra's noble elite for pretty obvious reasons, and it solidifies their reputation as unwavering guardians at the Imperium's highest echelons. But while tradition has bound the Custodes for millennia, they remain resolute while ever maintaining this stoic distance from other members of humanity, and as we've said, continue to be wary of even the most loyal Space Marines. In their guardianship, the Custodians are everywhere throughout the Imperial Palace, for in the defense of Terra, they are the final bulwark against the horrors of the galaxy that would seek to scour and consume all. While they still stand, such a catastrophic eventuality will surely never come to pass. A term often used to describe the Custodes is that of the Talons of the Emperor, and this refers to the combined forces of the Custodian Guard and the Sisters of Silence. But for understandable reasons, this remains relatively obscure, even within the Imperium. This is because the term itself is of course a metaphorical reference to the Imperial Eagle, which represents the Imperium itself, and so when called upon, the talons of the Eagle and Emperor will descend upon their designated targets with a merciless efficiency and precision. The sight of their arrival is one that seems unbelievable for such destructive machines of war, in the sense that everything the Custodes forces will use is clad in gold auramite, be that prestigious gunships or venerable armoured transports. Each Custodian's armour, for example, is meticulously crafted to fit their individual specifications and equipped with advanced sensors, refractor field generators for maximum protection. Similarly, the Sisters of Silence don Vratine armour, which is a highly advanced technology and offers both exceptional defense and freedom of movement, said to be comparable at least to Astartes' power armor. And for the Talons of the Emperor, some of the most notable chambers of Custodes that we were discussing before are as follows. Firstly, the Shadowkeepers, who are the wardens of the darkest cells within the palace, clad in sable armor melded with the darkness of their domain they patrol. They also wear rich crimson robes and pauldrons which mark their allegiance to the Shadowkeeper's shield host, and their role is to guard beneath the Emperor's palace, to protect humanity from the many wondrous horrors from the Age of Old Night, locked away to safeguard the Imperium. The Shadowkeepers bear this weighty responsibility of guarding eldritch terrors until the end of time, for they alone possess the knowledge to unlock the runic portals and understand all too well the dire consequences should these horrors be unleashed. For millennia, the Shadowkeepers kept their vigil, until the advent of the Great Rift shattered the sanctity of Terra, and with the grip of chaos tightening, new abominations surfaced, some even rumoured to have escaped their confines. In response, the Shadowkeepers dispatched warriors across the galaxy, tasked with recapturing these horrors and sealing them to the vaults beneath the palace once more. And shield captains known as Lock Wardens lead the Shadowkeepers, and this is a title revered by all. Their shield captain, Borsa Thirsk, is a grim and relentless guardian serving as the current Lock Warden, and his vigilance and recent actions embody indeed the dire state of the Imperium, as he has rarely returned to Terra since the Great Rift's emergence, which speaks volumes in terms of the threats they are seeking to eliminate. As noted before, the Aquilan Shield are those who seek to protect and defend critical members of the Imperium. When the Doomscryers of the Imperial Palace, who have the ability to foresee impending calamities and identify individuals who, through their action or influence, can avert such disasters, these chosen are granted the honour of the Aquilan Shield, an informal brotherhood within the Custodes who operate in small bands across the galaxy to safeguard their charges. Without warning, they may materialise as avatars of the Emperor's will, bestowing protection upon those deemed worthy, and these could be any from the most lowly human citizenry right up to Imperial officers. Their guardianship extends to figures beyond the Emperor, For obviously, whilst the Emperor is the centre of the Imperium, others like the High Lords to frontline preachers, regardless of status or rank, require additional security at critical moments, and these vital individuals will be watched over until at least their usefulness wanes, at which point the Aquilan shield will silently melt away, leaving those who once held great power to now fend for themselves. Of course, then tragedy may follow, but this is the nature of all things. Those who lose power lose status and relevance, and nobody is protected with the same level they held while still in an official office capacity or at a critical juncture, so what happens thereafter is still their own fate. Plus, it goes without saying that the Aquilan shield will prioritise the safety of the Golden Throne above all else, but they also understand that they need a broader perspective in order to protect the Golden Throne. For those custodies known as the Dread Host, these are the pure embodiment of the Emperor's fury. It is another obvious truth that fear is a potent tool wielded by the Imperium at large to deter adversaries both internal and external, as well as to maintain control over populations. Few comparable entities can provoke the sheer dread when the Emperor's wrath is unleashed upon his enemies. They are transported aboard a trio of pre-heresy warships known as the Moirides, and have fought against enemies thousands of times their number, who were quickly humbled by strategy, speed and strength. Through a devastating scale of bloodshed and destruction, so renowned for this are the Dread Host that they have dissuaded hundreds of uprisings and invasions before they could even begin by mythical reputation alone. The so-called Sanctum of 1,000 Eyes remains the fortress of the Dread Host, and it looms large over a district of the Imperial Palace, illuminated by towering electro braziers and colossal arc lumen, said to be adorned with 500 eagle statues lining its battlements, each as large as Imperial super heavy tanks. They inspire superstition in their ability to detect disloyalty, serving as the Emperor's all-seeing eyes. Comically, this holds some truth, as each houses an array of surveillance devices and archaeotech feeding information to the Sanctum's data shrines, just one example of how custodies seek to eradicate threats toward the Golden Throne. Then we have the Solar Watch, who are the ultimate guardians of the Imperial realm. They stand in defense of the Sol system itself, one of humanity's most heavily fortified domains. Its worlds and fortresses are treated as extensions of the Emperor's palace by the Custodies, from the towering fortifications of Luna to the cloud-enshrouded bastions of Jupiter and the remote star forts of the Halo Belt. The Sol system maintains many hundreds of billions of weapons ever ready to repel any threat. Fleets of Imperial Navy ships patrol space lanes, and the Custodians of the Solar Watch stand as the ultimate bulwark. Composed of several shield companies, the Solar Watch primarily secure the outer bastions of the Throne World, and they are the first line of defense for the Imperial Palace. They are seen to constantly patrol, remaining ever vigilant for signs of any and all danger, and while their jurisdiction extends across the Sol system, they maintain respectful relations with the cult Mechanicus on Mars, and would only seek to intervene there where necessary, or when otherwise requested to help maintain order. The Custodies, as we have said previously, can be mistaken by those who may not know any better to be a variant of Astartes. It's understandable, but aesthetics alone is entirely where such comparisons end, for their creation and genetic structural composition is vastly different, so much so as to be entirely incomparable. In actuality, it's hard to believe anybody could look upon a Custodies and Astartes and believe they were anything approaching the same entity. The Custodies are far more deeply rooted in the technological achievements and ancient history of the Imperium. During the Unification Wars on Old Earth, their presence can be traced back to the earliest chronicles, where inscriptions depict them as the Emperor's guardians, flanking him in moments of conquest. In subsequent conflicts such as the assault against the Moorland Send Confederacy, Custodian Guard units fought with the Emperor himself and were instrumental in the controversial cull of Thunder Warriors around the time when the emergence of the first Space Marines began to occur. The Custodians are not merely the guardians of terror, but remain one of the most indispensable of the Imperium's military forces. for they are the killers of the Emperor's own creations. The Custodian Guard's augmentation process expands not only their physical capabilities, but also their intellect and martial skill to unparalleled levels of human genetic adaptation. Their minds are fortified with an encyclopedic knowledge of warfare and tactics, their loyalty to the Emperor imbued in their very being, down, it is said, to the genetic level, so that such feelings of duty surpass even conscious thought. Custodes aspirants, if they have survived the testing and early genetic adaptations, will undergo extensive mental conditioning, thus fortifying their psyche to withstand the further trials long ahead. Their education spans many years and a myriad of subjects, from warfare and assassination techniques to diplomacy and philosophy, ensuring their enlightenment and perspective will remain unparalleled. This comprehensive education harkens back to an era when custodians served not only as protectors, but also as counselors and companions to the Emperor. While this is used to screen out any with minds unable to stand against the millennia of horrors that await, it is also designed to ensure that custodians retain the enlightenment of the era of the Great Crusade, something rarely seen now among other forces including the Astartes in M41. Candidates for the Custodes often originate from noble houses, and the entire transformation begins in infancy. Their flesh, minds and souls begin a process that will leave them, should they survive, forever altered. Prospective Custodes were typically said to be drawn from the sons of the Terran nobility and other families of status. It is recalled that many families even sacrificed entire generations for the potential honour of serving as custodians. Unlike Space Marines who undergo implantation after adolescence, the Custodes transformation occurs at the minutest level of their genome and cellular structure, imbuing them with near immortality and psychic resilience. The full selection criteria for custodians has remained ever veiled in secrecy, as is almost everything about their origins and creation. Whether through deliberate selection or chance encounters, candidates will embark on this gulag journey of alchemical augmentation, psychological conditioning and mimetic training. In ages past, this would have been also guided by the hand of the Emperor himself, and in the time since he ascended the Golden Throne, it is unknown who specifically oversees this process and to what degree it has changed. Very likely the Custodians themselves have a role to play, and as previously noted, the Custodians and Space Marines share common form, but their functions and capabilities diverge significantly. While they both undergo profound physical transformations, surpassing natural human limits in strength, endurance and resilience to environmental challenges, the Custodes stand notably superior in almost every aspect of their being, both mentally and physically. What they share in the process that sees them undergo such rigorous psychological and cognitive conditioning, and this redirects their focus towards aggression, objective efficiency and the fulfillment of duties. Additionally, both are also rendered incapable of procreation as a further safeguard against such distractions. What remains are beings singular in purpose. The Astartes living engines of conquest and the Custodian Guard relentless protectors, entities of singular unyielding vigilance and formidable prowess. The Custodes are the pinnacle of psychophysical design. As is the norm for all transhuman warriors of the Imperium, only a fraction of potential candidates will achieve the heights of becoming a near immortal guardian of humanity. This is often just one among many thousands. Few will even qualify for the initial stages of the Custodian creation process. But this does not necessarily mean that every prospective candidate would just perish. Many will be rejected, having been assessed as just unsuitable for whatever reason. Those who are selected must face a grueling endurance marathon of survival through many decades, as we said, of alchemical augmentation and training. Their ultimate survival far from being guaranteed. And this does echo the selection process of the Space Marines and the Grey Knights, albeit in some aspects a more pronounced degree, although candidates for the Grey Knights face some of the most arduous of application processes. Where the Custodes differ most from any of their adjacent brethren is the level of advanced alchemy and genecraft employed in their creation, being both potent and invisible. Custodes are adapted and reshaped at a deep cellular level, possibly crossing even into the realms of the metaphysical manipulation. It is likely that to produce a Custodes sees the employment of techniques and knowledge from the Dark Age of technology. and using such methods that would be unknown and unseen by the vast majority of humans even capable of understanding such a thing at all different levels. Each custodian will be tailored to their strongest specific traits, which remains a testament to the Emperor's masterful concept of designing these beings. Custodians were always an extremely rare breed, and this continues through to M41. They are the last remnants of humanity's glorious age, when we had mastered all levels of science and technology, and nothing was beyond our capability. While the science used to craft the Custodes is of an ancient, forgotten, golden age, the purposes to which they are created now is for a far more barbaric and bleak era, the Age of Darkness and the Imperium, to serve as the Emperor's guard. They are stalwart defenders in the endless wars against horrors of the Immaterium and the Xenos, who seek to deluge and consume every world in the galaxy. Custodians themselves, though, never exhibit psychic powers, as even the most adept of psychers could potentially be at risk of invasion by warp entities, and such a risk no custodian would ever be willing to take. And this is why every Custodes is additionally blessed with protections that make them less vulnerable to both the null and psychically active individual. This is what enables them also to be so powerfully paired in fighting alongside the Sisters of Silence. And in designing the Custodes, it seems that the Emperor wished for not even a singular break in that shield that was his closest bodyguards, because despite imbuing himself in their creation, he did not seem to grant them psychic ability. Perhaps this was in fact because of the Emperor's immense foresight. He knew that the Space Marines could be too easily compromised, but he needed their bulk mass of force. The Custodes, by comparison, were designed to be completely impregnable to the assaults of chaos. Of course, in the end, we know even this was not really enough. But the Custodes, for how beautiful they are in aesthetic and presence, are ultimately designed for a singular purpose, as is almost everything the Emperor brought into being. They exist to deliver death to any being or creature that might threaten him, and this is why they are the Destroyers, the Astartes killers. It is ever true that a Custodes compared to Space Marine is as a Space Marine to an unaugmented human, and as is often questioned of the Astartes and the Primarchs, the greatest question many would wish to consider is, are they really human at all through the sheer scale of their transhuman augmentation and genetic manipulation? And if that is said about the Astartes, what does it say about the Custodes? It of course had to be noted that the office of Captain General stands as one of the Imperium's paramount military positions. They bear the weighty responsibility of defending the Sol system, Terra, the Imperial Palace, and ultimately the Golden Throne and the Emperor himself, for many an unenviable task. As the master of the Adeptus Custodes, the Captain General commands the 10,000 and will sit among the esteemed High Lords of Terra, although not necessarily being a part of that. They will lead the most pivotal military campaigns, and they must display martial prowess akin to the ancient Primarchs of the Emperor's creation. In the millennia since the Great Crusade, only 17 Captain General have held this esteemed title. Most would meet their end in battle or vanishing mysteriously, as seems to happen quite a lot in the Imperium. The current Captain General Trajan Valorous is hailed as one of the greatest warriors since the Emperor's era. Valorous' remarkable feats include 2 successful blood games within his first decade of service, a testament to his incredible strategic prowess. Rising from the companions to the rank of Shield Captain, Valorous' proactive approach led him to safeguard the Imperium from emergent threats across the Sol system and beyond. He carries, of course, masterfully crafted artifacts that include the Watcher's Axe, which crackles with golden lightning, and the Castellan Plate, a suit of powered armour of unparalleled protection. Armed as well with the Moment Shackle, this relic of ancient technology is said to even be able to manipulate temporal energy to his advantage, turning the tide of any battle, which is truly a relic of a different age of humanity. Under Valorous' leadership, the Custodes have overseen this surge in the blood games, fortification of warp routes, and eradicated innumerable hidden cults in preemptive cleansing campaigns. His extensive spy network and covert strikes have annihilated numerous threats to the Golden Throne, and some speculate that his foresight, perhaps aided by that enigmatic power of the moment shackle, has enabled him to prepare the Custodes for the greatest challenges to the new Imperium. Whether true or not, it remains clear that Valoris' qualities position him as an exemplary leader for an era defined by unprecedented chaos and unpredictable disasters against the worlds of humanity and the ever-hungry Xenos foes. And then of course we come to Constantine Valdor. Valdor was the first Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes, and he is known for being perhaps the most formidable figure in both martial skill, dedication, and loyalty to the Emperor in Imperial history. Despite this, he has also remained a somewhat hidden character, for which there are obvious reasons, but it speaks volumes as to how the Custodes have long been overlooked in the lore of 40k, and Valdor's significance is no exception. This being despite his pivotal role in the Unification Wars and his esteemed position within the Emperor's inner circle. I have, since its arrival, long recommended that Birth of the Imperium is one of the very best starting novels for anybody in 40k. Confusing maybe, but an excellent grounding in many critical aspects of the verse and characters. One of the most noteworthy and storied aspects of Valdor, though, beyond his personal character, is his weapon, which is not entirely unusual in the galaxy of the 41st millennium, but I think it could be fair to say that Valdor's unique weapon is potentially one of the most powerful and most critical in the entire lore of 40k. While at a surface level it appears as a Guardian Spear like all Custodes weapons, it is far more than such a tool. It was gifted to him by the Emperor himself, and it is known as the Apollonian Spear. This spear possesses extraordinary abilities, for it allows Valdor to understand any individuals he kills with it at a profound level, or even who he strikes and penetrates with it. Each strike of the spear grants Valdor insight into their lives. It connects their very spirit, their being, to him, and this unique feature enables Valdor to uncover truths about his foes, their activities, what an entire faction is doing, which makes him not just a formidable combatant, but an incredibly critical keystone of the Imperium, or at least he was. Additionally, the spear serves as a reminder to Valdor of the humanity and the complexity of those who he confronts in battle. This was really another vital aspect of it, and perhaps why the Emperor really gave it to him, because this enabled him to temper his actions against a deeper understanding of individuals' motivations. The origins of Constantine Valdor themselves are very shrouded in mystery. Some say he was born amidst the turmoil of Old Night, the Age of Strife, entirely believable, but beyond this the origins of Valdor are just veiled in obscurity. Some accounts have suggested he was plucked from the ranks of Terran nobility, again possible. Others claim he emerged from the crucible of battle as a paragon of martial prowess in the Unification era. It was also said that his original parents met their demise at the hands of the Emperor, who mobilized entire armies to locate and retrieve him, again very believable. Valdor's own recollections of his pre-service days under the Emperor are very scant, but he himself remains uncertain whether he was, say, the initial experiment of the Custodes or just the first successful creation. What we do know is that Valdor came into existence as a Custodes prior to the Unification Wars, as he served in that time, notably again the Battle of Morland Sen, which of course would then culminate when the Thunder Warriors were themselves slaughtered by the Custodes. Again, the details specifically about who made that call are a little vague. Valdor emerged as a key figure in Terra's ruling triumvirate alongside the Emperor and Malkador. Valdor's surprise at Malkador's revelation about the Primarch's survival after they were dispersed throughout the galaxy reflects his personal skepticism about their potential corruption. Valdor was never a big fan of the Emperor's other transhuman creations, and of course Valdor's concerns about the Primarchs ultimately turned out to be entirely accurate, or by degrees anyway. Before the rediscovery of the Primarchs, Valdor had actually advocated for raising mortal armies who themselves would have led the Great Crusade under custodian leadership, eschewing reliance on the Primarchs and that would have been a fascinating alternative timeline to imagine, and one wonders how things might have gone differently at the end period of the Great Crusade in that situation. Even now, though, through to the contemporary period of Imperial history, few figures stand as large and ever-present as Constantine Valdor. He remains revered as the first Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes, but his legacy is shrouded in myth and mystery, as we speak about always when it comes to the Imperium. But regardless of his actual origins, Valdor's ascension to the rank of Captain General would see him become not only the supreme commander of the Emperor's personal guard, but also the complete embodiment of his will. His leadership would shape the Custodes into the force they would become and remain through the heresy and to the Imperium in M41. And truly, Valdor's stature and abilities were unmatched as a Custodes. Some have even speculated that he might be a form of Primarch himself or some test iteration, for there is much that is unknown about the early development of the Emperor's grand vision for galactic conquest. Certainly there are prototype Astartes, so why not prototype Primarchs? But to be clear, this remains entirely in the realm of the speculative. Beyond his unparalleled skill, another notable aspect, although far from surprising, is Valdor's character in the sense of his unwavering dedication to duty, even in the face of moral ambiguity. This was exemplified in his role as the Emperor's ultimate protector and his willingness to pursue victory at any cost at any time. Yet beneath this facade of loyalty lies a complex individual grappling with the weight of his responsibilities, and this is seen in Birth of the Imperium. While on the surface he appears as an individual of shining golden example, he also is a weapon of destruction wielded by the Emperor to do whatever is needed, wherever it is needed. During the tumultuous events of the Horus Heresy, Valdor grows more to us as a character, but he also retains this extremely cold, stoic facade, certainly as disconnected as Custodes always are to a degree, certainly as disconnected as Rogel Dawn. And his greatest role is seen during the Siege of Terra, but he also participated in the Battle of Prospero, the homeworld of the Thousand Sons. He also oversaw the deployment of the first execution team seen in the Imperium. That was the mission of assassins to attempt to execute Horus Lupercal, and whilst that ultimately failed, it did reveal further information about Erebus to the Loyalists. Ultimately, Valdor would fight in the Siege of Terra, his initial involvement less notable perhaps and spectacular than some other figures, for he would only come into full view as the Emperor began his teleportation attack upon Horus's ship the Vengeful Spirit. However, this is also when Valdor would be famously separated from the Emperor in the most critical of times. He would slaughter through hordes of demons and then come to an extremely critical moment, not just in the lore of Valdor, but in the lore of 40k, the Custodes and the Imperium. During the release of the final books in the Siege of Terra and Heresy series, it had long been speculated by a great many people in the community that Valdor would use his spear and strike either Horus, or many wanted to imagine some great twist where he would connect the spear with the Emperor himself, and in so doing learn some abhorrent, unfathomable truth. And I would say this is a lesson to always scale your expectations, for in the end what was revealed was far more, I will say, milquetoast. Valdor encounters who? It's Abaddon. And as Valdor attempts to strike him, the first captain grabs and stops the spear. But it still cuts, and this enables Valdor to see the next 10,000 years. It enables him to see the galaxy of endless war. He sees chaos undivided, and at the head of this he sees the Despoiler. In the aftermath of the final battle with Horus, with the Emperor now sent to the Golden Throne, Valdor is left to consider the implications of the vision seen by the spear. He is clearly vacant and disillusioned, shaken by the realization that the Imperium will be nothing as the Emperor had sought to achieve, and will now become this broken, stagnated, religion-focused civilization that barely maintains its ability to defend itself. Sometime after the heresy, around the same time as the disappearance of Leman Russ, Valdor would also disappear without a trace. Now, pretty sizable spoiler here, so I will note if you're reading the Eisenhorn or the Bequin series. The reasoning people expected some grand resolution when it came to Valdor is directly related to the revelation that at the end of the Bequin novel series, which is part of the whole narrative which continued on from Eisenhorn and Ravenor. Now there is a lot that I would have to outline to really state the full situation here, and I will probably do that in a different video, but essentially we discover through a deciphered hexagrammatic cipher that a mysterious figure known as the King in Yellow is in fact Valdor. Interestingly enough, also, The King in Yellow is a book by Robert Chambers, and that may have some involvement here, but again I'll speak about that in a different video. The King in Yellow is described as inhabiting a mysterious pocket dimension known as the City of Dust, and from here he commands formidable resources. He is an enemy of both Gregor Eisenhorn and Gideon Ravenor, who have battled him for many years. And one of the reasons why I was yet still to cover this is that there is almost nothing known about the motivations and intentions of this figure. But it remains one of the most thrilling, unknown storylines within the lore of 40k, because its implications are in fact so significant. It's likely why that series has not released any new material until after the Siege of Terra series was concluded, to set us up with the fact that Valdor would emerge from the heresy with this knowledge that the next 10,000 years would be war and horror for the Imperium. And that can absolutely twist and distort and focus the mind of an individual, the sense of knowing what is to come and then making a plan for what you believe has to happen, regardless of what anybody else around you is saying. It really strengthens that focus, that spirit, not unlike what you see actually in the Dune series with Paul Atreides. Now we all know that there were several scenarios surrounding the end of the heresy as espoused by the Cabal, whereby there were really no good scenarios for humanity, but they still chose and sought the destruction of chaos. They failed, but the alternative was not considerably better. Now additionally, without heavily getting into the details of the Emperor, the different scenarios, the whole Dark King, which is actually pretty straightforward, I don't know why people make a big deal about that, but anyway, it seems that Valdor basically concluded that with his knowledge, he now would take matters into his own hands, like I say, with that clarity of vision. In this, one of his goals remains to obtain the true name of the Emperor in order to obtain power over him, and that alone raises a gigantic question mark about his intentions. Does he seek to continue on with the Emperor's plan and try to save humanity, or does he believe the Emperor has made a catastrophic mistake and he now seeks to take power for himself? This has apparently led him in searches from the planet of the Sorcerers to the Black Library. Eisenhorn has pledged to hunt down and destroy this king before he completes his ultimate objective. But the King in Yellow has amassed an army of cloned blanks, winged space marines, possibly custodians. It's entirely unknown though what his greater plans are, and it's presumed that they are a grave threat to the Imperium. The Custodes, during the final battles of the heresy, were shown to perhaps not be corrupted, but at least made malleable by the power of chaos. So it remains an open question with Valdor. Has he been corrupted? Is he just misguided? Or is he orchestrating a grand scheme for the greater good of the Imperium? But the emergence of the King in Yellow, the Yellow King, heralds an arguably more consequential event in 40k than the conclusion of the heresy, because it's very possible that Valdor holds this ambitious goal, as do some among the Inquisition, to seek the resurrection of the Emperor and also combat the forces of chaos. He holds a collection of pariahs. It's said even he holds some enuncia, that is the devastatingly powerful primordial language shown periodically throughout 40k. It's one of the most powerful things in 40k. With everything happening in the galaxy in the contemporary time, it's very possible that Valdor, if his intentions are still loyal to the Imperium, seeks both vengeance and is looking to somehow challenge the dominion of chaos. Perhaps like other factions also, attempting a means by which to seal off the warp from reality itself. It is worth remembering though, that just because Valdor should theoretically remain gene-coded into unwavering loyalty to the Emperor, Valdor's interpretation of what loyalty to the Emperor means may differ significantly from the prevailing beliefs within the current Imperium, not to mention his whole psyche and mentality being twisted by that vision of the Imperium for 10,000 years. So to that end, it's worth recalling the cold and disconnected character that Valdor displayed during the earliest days of the Imperium. He is basically called to his face an inhuman robotic killer, and Valdor basically says, sure, why not, and just slaughters this individual anyway. And that was directly representative, seen in the indiscriminate slaughter of the Thunder Warriors, the hypocrisy, the complete control over all of humanity that the Emperor sought at all levels. The question is, with the cataclysmic events taking place with the Great Rift, the incursions and spread of chaos, Khorne, the Necron, the Inari, and the supposedly rising power of the Emperor, will the full arc of Valdor see the resurrection of the Emperor, the ascension of the Emperor to full god status, the ascension of Valdor? Hopefully we will not have to wait too long to discover, but also remember what I said earlier about scaling expectations. I think the escalation of the Emperor to a whole new level of existence might be considerably too much to hope for, but Valdor emerging with a grand plan that has profound consequences for the existing Imperium, the Custodes, the returning Primarchs, anything is possible. The Custodes have, for 10,000 years and beyond, stood sentinel by the Emperor's side. They're entrusted with an unfathomable duty for mortal men, and now seek to finally confront those who harboured designs to the master of mankind's demise. Like a heavily coiled spring unleashed, they have now embraced the mantle of war with unyielding zeal and fervour in the era Indomitus. Tradition has always dictated that when a custodian falls, terror mourns, and the resounding toll of the Bell of Lost Souls echoes in lamentation. Yet in this new age of conflict, that mournful knell reverberates with alarming frequency. But a Custodes' descent into death is never swift nor worthless, for they wield the finest armaments crafted within the Imperium, the venerable arsenals of the Imperial Palace, and despite the age of the weaponry, this remains formidable. Their armoured phalanxes, forged in antiquity, retain a potency unmatched by contemporary counterparts. Their craft's machine spirits imbued with a belligerence and strength that defies replication. Gilded gunships soar through the void, relics of bygone wars meticulously preserved and anointed with sacred oils. Should a hasteful intervention be necessary, the Custodes invoke the God-strike pattern teleportarium, materializing amidst the fray in cascades of golden radiance. Within ancient starships, translocation bays suffused with sanctified incense facilitate rapid deployment, even accommodating immense contemptor dreadnoughts ready to unleash unparalleled scales of devastation upon the enemies of humanity. The newfound aggression espoused in the era Indomitus is self-evident though, for while immortal in essence, even the Custodes succumb to physical scars that can impair their prowess. Cybernetic replacements of the highest fabrication quality are still unable to match the supernatural vitality of their genomantic flesh and blood. Others find their mental precision fading, reflexes dull, and more than ever Custodes are fragmented into the shadows of the galaxy, shrouded in those hooded black robes, continuing as the eyes of the Emperor, serving him from afar, ready to unleash the wrath of the Emperor upon unsuspecting enemies. In the tumult of the Great Rift's emergence though, these eyes of the Emperor have become more proactive as well, venturing into Imperium Nihilus to confront threats and protect Imperial enclaves. Some have even taken on the roles of feudal lords here, while rumours swirl of a band of golden armoured warriors known as the Eyes Unblinded. In the wake of the Horus Heresy, the Adeptus Custodes, once bound solely to the defence of Terra and the Emperor's sanctum, found themselves entrenched in a state of eternal vigilance. Millennia passed in solemn duty, their golden armour becoming synonymous with the indomitable spirit of Terra's guardians. But after their immense period of isolation, rarely stepping outside the Sol system, as the galaxy convulsed with the birth of the Great Rift, the Custodes sensed a shift in the celestial tides. They understood they could no longer be mere sentinels, and with the resurrected instruction of Primarch Roboute Guilliman's decree, the Custodes embarked on a radical departure from tradition, a paradigm shift that resonated to the very core of the role they would play in the era Indomitus. Stepping forth from the confines of their ancestral home, Custodes, like avenging angels, ventured beyond the boundaries of the Sol system, their mission to eradicate threats to humanity wherever they were found. And this newfound freedom unleashed the Custodes' pent-up wrath unexpectedly upon the galaxy's most malevolent denizens. They were no longer confined or restrained to reactive defense. Instead, they would embrace proactive engagement, striking preemptively wherever the tendrils of the Xenos and Chaos threats that sought to scour and ensnare the Imperium's soul were found. Where they were once confined to the hallowed halls of the Imperial Palace, now they blazed like a supernova across the cosmos, illuminating the darkest corners and striking with the unconstrained fury of the Emperor. As Custodes' shield companies traverse the stars, their impact has reverberated throughout the Imperium, where once their absence from Terra might have sparked panic and spelled doom, now it heralded hope. The sight and presence of such individuals stepping out throughout the galaxy was a fiery beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. The Custodes remain not only symbols of the Emperor and the Imperium, but of humanity's resilience, inspiring mortal men and Astartes alike to stand firm against the galactic tempest that breaks over even the most formidable bastions. Custodes in the Indomitus era have transcended warfare and embodied a resurgence of Imperial might, diplomacy, and strategic oversight. Their presence is a declaration that the Imperium would never stumble nor falter in the face of adversity. On the contrary, with their relentless pursuit of the Emperor's will, the Custodes have forged a path that dares to consider their own redemption. Their existence continues to be this testament of enduring strength displayed by humanity despite the ceaseless turmoil of the abyssal maw consuming worlds of humanity throughout the galaxy. In their wake, the Custodes leave not just the ashes and bones of vanquished foes, but they also sow the seeds of renewed hope. A promise still that the light of the Imperium cannot be extinguished, that it will endure, prevail, and remain stalwart, unbroken, and eternal.
Okay, well, I gotta go get some lunch, and then I gotta go work on Exanima. I'll see you guys later. See you later, inoculating, if you're still around. Although it's probably like, what, like past midnight in the US or something, considering it's like 11 a.m. here. Take care. Got a lot of work done today.